Hello and welcome to Vesna TV DIY. I'm Vesna. Thank you so much for stopping by today. Today we have a mega video for all of your Christmas inspiration. These are my favorite Christmas DIYs throughout the year, so stay tuned and enjoy. I am going to be using some fabric from the Dollar Tree to create my Christmas tree on this wooden plaque that I also got from the Dollar Tree. So before I added the fabric, I actually spray painted it with some heirloom white spray paint, and I'll show you the bottle a little bit later on in the video, in the episode. And it's just a spray paint from Rust-Oleum. It's more like an antique white, so I spray painted it out in that color. And then I just cut little strips from this leftover fabric from last year from the Dollar Tree. I haven't seen it this year now. I have not been going a lot to the Dollar Tree, to be honest with you. I'm trying not to spend so much money at the Dollar Tree because it gets very, very expensive. So I just cut it into strips, and I eyeballed the size of the strips. I try to make them some longer, some shorter, and I wound up just cutting them to size as I was putting the tree together. So it doesn't really matter what size you cut them bigger, and then you can cut them to size however you wind up having them, like how big you want to make them, which ones you want at the bottom. It really is up to you. So you're gonna see kind of what I did, and then you can kind of take it from there when you make your own. And you can use any fabric. You don't have to use Christmas fabric. It's whatever fabric you have left over. If you have like a color scheme that you're going with for your DIY for your Christmas, you could use this in your color scheme. But these are the fabrics I had left over, and I thought they would be really cute on a Christmas tree. So some of the pieces I wound up twisting and then hot gluing in the middle and then putting them down. Other pieces I tied in the middle and then hot glued them down. So again, it just depends whatever look you're going for. It just depended if the piece was a little bit too long, and I was afraid that if I cut it, it wouldn't match up. So then I just made like a little clump, and they all kind of look like they have clumps in the middle. If you wanted to be really precise and have everything kind of be like super lined up, you could also put one of those wood dowels down. Not wood dowels, like, or you could use a dowel, but you could use the skewers from like the barbecue section that they have at the Dollar Tree, and just glue it down the middle, so then you have something like a point, and you could tie the ribbons around it. I've seen that done before, but to me this was easier, and I did not want the wood piece on there, so I liked the way this turned out, and I just alternated the fabrics. I also tried to kind of point the fabrics up a little bit, just so that it would look kind of like a Christmas tree. I always do that with my branches too. I kind of aim them upwards. And then at the end, I just put a snowflake sticker, and then at the bottom I just did a piece of a tumble block that I had, and I hot glued it to the bottom, and I painted everything in a black color. I also dry brushed around the piece, so here's what that looks like. And I just dry brushed the black around because I thought it would just give it more of that rustic feel. And I always like the dry brushing and the antiquing and all of that stuff. I haven't done black in a long time, but I really like the way this turned out. I think it's really, really cute, and it'll look awesome in a tray. I will have a tray decor video next week, not next week, the 16th coming out, so I hope you do check that out. That episode will be over on Vesna TV Home, so make sure you check that out. I'll have it posted in my community as well. And then for the next DIY, it's another cute one as well. And this is probably the easiest DIY ever. I'm ashamed to even call it a DIY. So I like to save Christmas cards that we get, and this is one from last year that I saved. And what I'm doing is I'm taking this frame from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to be cutting this old Christmas card to size. So what I do is I take out the little picture that's in the frame, and I kind of use it as my guide of where I'm going to cut, and then I cut it to size, and I put the little card in there, and that is the DIY. I love this frame. I don't want to stain it or paint it or anything. You could if you wanted to. You could use any old frame that you had, but this is the one that I used, and I've used it for Halloween too, and I just love the way it looks, and it's so easy, and anyone can do it. Just save your Christmas cards or buy new ones if there's really nice ones that you like. Sometimes not all of us have printers that we can print images, and maybe we don't want to be, you know, maybe we don't even have a hot glue gun or something like that. So this is something simple that you can do and create really cute decor for Christmas or for any holiday. And you can use that frame for Christmas, for Halloween, for Easter, and just change out the picture. So it could be something really inexpensive that you do. You could even take like from magazines or flyers or something. If there's like a picture of a Christmas tree or something that you like, you could use that too. And that could be even simpler and even cheaper. Let me know what you think of this one.
So these next few DIYs are actually gift ideas that you can even get going on right now.
So let's start with gift number one. Really easy to do. I'm using some of this rope from the Dollar Tree. It's just a nice Christmas color. It's red and white, so I really like it. And I will be using all of these candies here and this little snowman, snowman, Santa from the Dollar Tree. And I've got some Skittles, some jelly beans, some Mike and Ike's, and some Sour Patch Kids, and these little candy cane M&Ms. So what I'm doing is I'm making Santa's sled, and he's going to be carrying these Skittles and jelly beans. Really, really easy, really cute DIY, and this can be for a candy lover, for anybody really, or a kid, or an adult that loves candy, whoever, but it's just something really cute to make and very easy. So what I'm going to do is just dab a little bit of hot glue on the candy canes, but just very little, and I'm going to dab it on the boxes as well, just to glue everything together. And then I'll use that rope to kind of tie everything together, and then I'll use some ribbon at the back as well to tie the sacks together. I don't want to use too much just because it is food and I don't want it going through, but just a little bit to hold everything. You could use double-sided tape if you wanted to, or even tape if that's what you'd like. I chose to do a little bit of hot glue. And with the rope, what I'm doing is I'm just tying the candy canes together at the base, and then I am tying them to Santa's hands so that it looks like he is pulling the sled. And then I just make sure that it's nice and tight after I get him positioned. And then, like I said, I do that ribbon. You can use any ribbon you want. The one that I chose was from the Dollar Tree. It's the little elf ribbon. And I thought that was fitting since this is Santa. And I just make that really nice and tight. I apologize for my head popping in there. And that's all there's to this guy. So this is a super fun and super customizable like gift that you can make for anybody. You can choose whatever candies you want. He doesn't even have to be carrying candies. He could be carrying bath stuff or gift cards, whatever. It's just a cute little way of presenting a gift. So I thought it was awesome. Let me know what you think. I will be attaching one of those little tags, gift tags from the Dollar Tree, and attaching the name of the person that I'm giving this to. And here he is, all finished. For this gift, I'm using these candles from the Dollar Tree, and I'm removing the plastic around them, and I'm going to be melting them and creating a different kind of candle. I tried two different methods for melting them. I tried them on the pot, in a pot on the stove. I didn't like the way it was melting, so probably because my pot wasn't deep enough, but I didn't want to use so much water. It was a really big pot. The next pot would be my canning pot. So then I switched to the oven method, and I love this method. It's no mess, and I don't have to worry about it. I just use a pan, and then I put an aluminum pan in there, put the two candles in, set the oven to 350, preheated it to 350. I set the timer for 15 minutes, but it actually wound up being about 27 minutes. So this probably varies depending on your oven. So just make sure you're cautious with that. And then I got these two mugs from the Dollar Tree, and I poured my wax in there. I took the wick out, and then I put it back in. I placed it in and I let it set, and then I cut off the excess once it's set. And I made 3 using these little mugs. They didn't have any more, and then I made 1 using just a different kind of mug from the Dollartree. Now, I didn't mention before, I just let them cool and harden at room temperature. I didn't put them in the fridge or anything like that, if you're wondering. And here's what they look like. So that's the different one, and then I have 1 in just like the cellophane gift bag with like a little bit of a ribbon around. I think they're all cute. Whichever way you choose to go, you might want to do 2 as a set or 1. It's up to you, but I think they're super cute. So this next project is also an easy one. All you need is this pot holder, some vinyl. Now you can do heat transfer, which is what I'm doing. If you have just permanent white vinyl, you could use that as well. If you have a different color pot holder, you use whatever you need. This was from the Dollar Tree. You're gonna need a wooden spoon or a plastic spoon, a sugar cookie mix, and a little cookie cutter. The vinyl. Now, when you're doing heat transfer, make sure you mirror it and make sure you put the shiny side down. I did it backwards the first time, so it is what it is. It'll be fine. Anyway, just keep that in mind when you're doing it. Like now, when I'm going to put it on, I'm going to put it on like this. But when you're cutting it, you have to put the shiny side down. And then I'm using this sugar cookie because they're nice Christmas cookies. You have 1 of these, and then just a cookie cutter. So the design is from Creative Fabrica, and I will link that below in my description. I was going to create it myself, but this is so much easier. So here it is done. You can put it in cellophane, you can put it in that bag. If you're giving it to somebody right away without having to carry it or anything, you can just give it to them like this. You can, tie a little nice little ribbon or something right over there. But I thought this was cute, and I thought it was cute to match the ladle to I'm using the color of the vinyl piece of plywood that my husband cut from scrap plywood. Now, if you don't have access to that, sometimes on Marketplace you can find these wood rounds, but if not, you can always use a pizza pan from the Dollar Tree. And I'm spray painting it in the Trim Clad flat white. So I've been kind of playing around with purchasing different designs, and Creative Fabrica actually reached out to me to see if I wanted to collaborate, and of course I said yes after I looked at their website. I hadn't heard of them before, but they have tons and tons of amazing graphics, and they have a subscription, and I've got an offer for you for the subscription for $1 for their all access subscription for a month. So if you want to give it a try and take a look at it, it's linked in my description below. They have tons and tons and tons of graphics. And fonts and designs and all sorts of things. It's pretty amazing. So check it out. And they do even have some freebies. So make sure you click that link below and check them out. So what I did was I used this Merry Christmas design, and I had an idea to use plaid for the bottom of my sign, and this was great because it was already made into a round design for a round sign. So what I did was I hid the plaid part, so I didn't cut that part out. I just cut out the Merry Christmas so that I could use that because I wanted to use my Dollar Tree fabric. You can totally use that plaid design and make it yourself. So I've seen lots of people do this like freehand, and this is already done for you, and your Cricut can do that for you. So it's really cool. And so I cut out the Merry Christmas. Now I accidentally ripped one of the R's, so I just went back and I used an Easy November font to just add in the R. It doesn't match up 100%, but it's pretty close. So then I weeded everything out. Now when I wanted to use black vinyl instead of, usually when I do these things I always like paint it in, but for this one I wanted to actually use the vinyl, and I had Cricut vinyl on hand, so I had used Cricut vinyl this time. Sometimes I use Dollar Tree and sometimes I use just like a whatever brand off of Amazon, but this time I used Cricut, and it worked pretty well except for that R that I ripped off. And when you're transferring any kind of design, you make sure that you use transfer paper, or in my case what I used was Dollar Tree shelf liner, just the clear one. And what I do is I kind of just put it on my shirt a little bit so it's not so sticky because I don't want it to rip the paint off or anything like that. And once you do that, then your design is ready to be applied anywhere. So I have this fabric from the Dollar Tree leftover from last year, and it's quite wrinkled. So I'm going to have to steam it, and I'm going to use it to steam this fabric because it had been at the bottom of my closet, like wrinkled up. I forgot that I even had it. I thought I had more pieces because I used it earlier this season, but I don't know what I did with that piece. But then I found this piece, but then I had to steam it. So anyway, all I'm doing is I'm measuring out how many squares I want at the top and how many I want at the bottom, making sure it's enough. And I'm just using a pencil to put kind of where I want to cut it, just so that way I have enough fabric, as I said. After I steam this, I'm going to be putting it onto my sign. But before I do that, I want to kind of measure out where I want this Merry Christmas, and then I'll wrap the fabric around after. So I've measured out the middle and then kind of where the middle is, and then how big my letters are, and then where I want to position the highest letter. So I just marked it off. This you'll have to kind of do on your own. It just depends on how big your round is. So what I did, even when I should go back to when I was creating the design. What I did was I measured out how big my circle was, and it was 15 inches. And that's the kind of circle that I made on Cricut. And the great thing with that design was because it was already made for a circle sign, you just had to make that circle the size of your sign. So really easy to do it that way. That's why sometimes it's nice to purchase these SVGs that are already created, because someone's done the work for you. Unless you're really good at graphics, it's like very time consuming, and then it's trial and error. And this was so easy. So again, I positioned it then in the where I wanted it to be on my wood round. So, and I kind of I eyeballed it to be kind of in the middle. So the words were, I believe, 4 inches. So I kind of did like 2 and 2. So this is kind of something that you'll have to do depending on how big you do everything and what design you wind up using. I will link this design in the description below if you decide to use it. And you know that my wood round is 15 inches, so you can take it from there. But anyway, so I put it on this wood round, and then I put the fabric on. So I use that little mark that I made with a pencil as my guide to which squares I have to cut off, and I just use a fabric cutting tool. And then I do it for both sides, and then I fold it down one set of squares and hot glue it so that way it gives a more smooth looking edge. And then I just use a hand staple gun to staple the fabric to the back. And the reason I'm not hot gluing it is because it will be on my door, probably my outside door, or I might hang it up inside, but I want to have the option for both. And sometimes hot glue, with the changes in weather, it kind of doesn't last forever. So I thought if I reinforce it with the staples, it will stay for a good amount of time. And then the only thing I wind up hot gluing is a bow, and I'm okay if the bow falls off because I can always remake a bow. So I add the fabric to the top and bottom, and then I create a bow. I did not show you me creating the bow and actually even adding the fabric to the top because it's the same thing. You don't need to watch me do it twice. The video is going to be too long if we do that. But the bow, I just used Dollartree ribbon, and I just made loops that I twirled around each other, and then I hot glued the bow to the top of the sign. The reason I'm not showing you how I did the bow is because I stink at making bows. So it's not a fun tutorial to watch me do a bow. It never I feel like I just don't do you any favors by showing that to you, so I'll show you the finished bow. And then I just added these little sticks from the Dollar Tree just in there, and I kind of poke them through, and then I added a little bell. The bell is just, it's actually from like it's from our wedding, but you can still get these in the wedding section, and I just kind of put it in there, and I figured if I do wind up using it on the door, it'll ding every time you open it. And then I hot glue that, and then I'm going to add some jute rope to the back here so that way you can hang it, and I'll hot glue that as well, and then I'll reinforce it with a staple. So there you can see I've done that, and that's all there is to it. I think it's gorgeous. Let me know what you think. This is my favorite sign out of all three. I love it. Then this one, I will be making into a snowman as well. I love snowman. And I'm going to be painting this out in a crisp white like this one. Now you may have watched my ghost that I made for Halloween. This is kind of the same thing, except I'm using just a jar. You've probably seen me use these guys as well. This is from Peaches from Costco, and these jars are perfect. They don't like everything comes off really, really nicely. They're like an awesome shape, and I love using them. And then I'm gonna use an old, like you can see it's rusty, an old ring from a mason jar. You could use a mason jar if you don't have these. I just thought to make it a true trash to treasure. And because I have lots of these, we love eating canned peaches. And so for this, I'll be doing spray painting this black, and I'll show you the black paint in a minute. And because it doesn't quite, like it doesn't sit in, I'm going to hot glue it. So just, make some adjustments. So I have very little of this paint left, but if it's enough, it's just a black spray paint. It's just any old spray paint that you can have. I just like it because it's fast drying, and it's for wood and metal, and it's interior and exterior. So if I decided to use something outside, I could. And same with this guy. So if I wanted to put this out, I could. And that's it. So even for this guy, I just drew everything freehand using a Sharpie, a black and orange Sharpie, and then I'm adding a scarf to the bottom. And then I have some difficulties. I have dirty fingers that have paint on them, and I wound up getting black paint on him, so I won't have to fix it, but I'll show you that in a minute. So like a dummy, I spray painted the wrong size of mason jar, so you need the ones with the smaller holes. So, or maybe this solar lamp isn't. I have other solar lamps, but I can't find them. I don't know what I've done with them, so I've just used an old one. And they're the ones from the Dollar Tree, but I think these are very, very old ones. So the new ones, I believe, are bigger. And I packed away my Halloween stuff, and I don't know why I packed away the solar. I didn't think I did, but I can't find it. Anyway, so I'm going to put this in, and I'm going to make this hole a little bit bigger so I can squeeze this guy in, and just hot glue everything to the base here. But I'll start. I don't want to paint anything more like to waste, so, and I can't buy the solar lamps now, so I'm going to improvise, as you can improvise when you're making DIYs. So just glue that in there. Oh no, I got it on my fingers. So I've cut the hole to fit the solar lamp, and I'm just going to color it in black. And because I'm always in a rush, I seem to never be able to be ahead of the game. I am using my hairdryer to just quickly dry the paint off so I can do another coat, because I did have to do 2 coats because it's from a ribbon roll. The little thing is from a ribbon roll, and it's that glossy cardboard, so it makes it kind of slippery and a little bit harder to paint. You have to do just 2 coats, not harder, just 2 coats. So I did correct where I got my finger marks on the jar. I wound up just spray painting that part, and then Then I'm going to go over with some Deco Art chalk paint in white, and I just go over the whole jar, including where I've Sharpied his face, and then I just use a baby wipe to wipe it off. And then at the bottom of his hat, just to cover the ring parts, because of course the mason jar, it wasn't a mason jar, so it shows the ring parts. I'm going to put a little bow, again with some leftover ribbon, just to give it a good nice cover and just to make the hat look fancier. Now, this solar light will glow and it'll make your snowman glow. So if you wanted to have it in the dark, it's a great little piece to have. Unfortunately, it is not dark, so I wasn't able to show you, but I can link the Halloween decor video so you can kind of see what it looks like when it's glowing in the dark. And because this was an old solar light, it was just in a box, so it did not have enough time to charge. So I am, like I said, not able to show you what it looks like in the dark. So here he is, all finished. I hope you like him. I think he turned out pretty cute. And again, a great tray decor or mantle decor or anything, really. He's just cute. Let me know what you think. Okay, so for this one, it's kind of like a trash to treasure. The only reason why I would say kind of is because when you, like if you have an old calendar that you're not going to use, so some of you might have the 2021 calendars, well, the year is coming to an end. Don't throw it out because you have all these beautiful pictures that you can use, little ones or big ones. So I'm going to use actually the December. So right here, I'm going to use this picture, and I love keeping these. So I keep all sorts of calendars for the pictures, and I'm going to make it into a sign. Great way to reuse stuff. And also, like if you have wrapping paper, you could do that with wrapping paper. Christmas cards, you can make a collage, or you could just make mini pictures. So many options. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to use the cardboard that it comes with to keep it straight and this picture, and I'm going to make a nice winter picture. Now I will also use tumble blocks. You don't have to, because if you have enough paint stir sticks, you could totally make a frame out of those. I just don't, so I'm using the blocks, but you could, like you can see, you can kind of go like that. I'm going to use tumble blocks just as a frame. You don't even have to do that if you don't want to, or if you have little bits and pieces of wood kind of that you've cut up from other projects, you could make a nice border around. Super easy. Or even if you have, you know, old wood rulers that are being chucked or whatever, and you wanted to use them, have a purpose for them, you could use those as well. Many options. I've run out of all of my trash, so I'm using my tumble blocks to do this, and I will stain the tumble blocks so that they're a nicer, darker color. So I'm using the cardboard that came with the calendar, and I'm going to glue on the piece on there. I'm using Mod Podge. You can use a glue stick. It might even work better with a glue stick. I just found that my glue stick dried out. And then I'm gluing it on, and then I'm going to use the tumble blocks, and I'm going to use 6 for each side, so 24 tumble blocks, less 1 or 2, just because you have to make some cuts and if you make some mistakes, but aim for 24, and if you use less, great. And I'm going to paint the tumble blocks in a black acrylic paint, and then I will hot glue everything as my frame, and that's all there is to this DIY. Super, super easy. So again, when you get to the end, you're going to have little bits that you have to cut. I'm using my mini miter saw that I have. You could use anything that you prefer using. This is kind of why I got it for these tumble block projects. It's quite hard to cut without like when just because there's such little cuts, but maybe you have some tools that you can use. I just found that this is the best one to use. So I just kind of put a pencil mark where I wanted it to be cut. And then again, hot glued everything. Now I didn't glue anything at the back to help for it to hang. You could glue some jute rope to the back to have it hang, but I think I'm gonna have it like on my mantle. So I just leave it the way it is. And then I just use a little bit of black acrylic paint just to kind of distress around the frame. And that's all there is to it. Let me know what you think of this one. I'm really excited about this one because it was so easy to make. So for the one, I'm going to be using this Tremclad flat white spray paint. It's just a spray paint I had on hand. And I'm going to be using this Christmas tree and a crate. Don't worry about this square. I will be using this as well, but I'm going to be using the crate for this DIY, as well as some foam blocks from the Dollar Tree and some red spray paint. I will also use some vinyl to cut out for my writing, and then that's all there is to this DIY. Actually, there'll be a little bit of a ribbon as well. So what I've done is I've spray painted the Christmas tree. I've written down the numbers on my little foam blocks using a paint pen, and I've cut out Christmas countdown using a child's font from DaFont. And I wanted it to look like a child had written down Christmas countdown, and I actually did Xmas countdown. I know some people really don't like that being used for Christmas, but for this I thought it would be really cute as a little child's countdown. So I just removed my vinyl, and I always use transfer paper for transferring the vinyl because when you have like a sign or anything like that, it tends to stretch quite a bit. So I apply that, and you have to be really careful because when you have little thin fonts, it wants to raise up. So just when you're pulling it off, just be careful. So this video is a part of the DIY collab that Domestic Diva hosts, and it's a great collab because there's a whole bunch of creators that come together and we create a playlist of different DIYs that we're doing. The theme for this month is Christmas. So if you haven't had a chance to check out this challenge, make sure you check it out. I'll have the playlist linked in my description, and I'll have Sonia over at Domestic Diva DIY. I'll have her information linked in my description below as well. Make sure you check her out. She is one super talented lady. Once I get my vinyl on there, I wanted to put a little bit of a bow up top, and I thought I'd put it kind of halfway down. Then I didn't like that, so I put it a little bit higher, and I still didn't like that. So then I took some ribbon and I just added like a bow to the top that kind of flowed down, and I really liked the way that turned out. And again, I just made a little bow, tying it kind of like you would a shoelace, and just hot glued it on. There was a little crack in the Christmas tree, so I was just adding some glue to fix it up. So after I added all of that, I just touched up some of the cubes because the paint had kind of ripped off when it was drying, and I put it in, and there's my countdown. I think it's really, really cute. What do you think? So for the DIY number 2, I am using these wood snowflakes, which I got at Dollar Tree, and they're just different sizes, and they're not sticky at the back. They're just little wood cutouts, and I'm spray painting them in that same Tremclad flat white spray paint. And I'm also using a bamboo cutting board, and this is another super easy one. All of these are really quick and easy DIYs. So I'm just going to be, once these snowflakes dry, I'm going to be creating a Christmas tree. So I just kind of try to figure out how I want the sizing to work and the pattern. This is totally personal preference. So kind of play around with it and see what you like. It all depends on what size your snowflakes are and which ones you wind up buying. The only tricky thing with this one is that I noticed that I wanted my board to be darker after I put this on, after I hot glued them on. So I went back and I stained it with the Rust-Oleum decorative glaze in Java. Now, before you hot glue your pieces down, kind of take a look at your board and see if you like it. And if you're going to write in words, so kind of the reason I wound up staining it darker is I didn't really like the way the words looked that I wrote down. You'll see what I mean a little bit later. So I kind of went back and tried to mute them and make them look kind of like they're faded. They were just a little bit too dark and too rich. So kind of play around with that before you use a Sharpie. I should have done that before, and I knew, it's like when I was writing with that Sharpie, I knew that I'm like, oh, I should have just made sure I liked it before I committed to a Sharpie, but live and learn. So that's kind of something that I would have done differently, but I still like the way it turned out. I did wind up using one more thing, the same ribbon that I used in the DIY before, and I covered the Merry Christmas. I didn't like the way I wrote it freehand, so I covered it up with that ribbon, and like I said, I went over top with decorative glaze and everything just to mute everything down. So I wrapped the ribbon over top a few times, and I wanted it to kind of look like it was kind of coming off. So I wanted like different levels to it, so that's what I did. So I just used a little bit of Dollartree sandpaper, and I just, like I said, sanded down the words a little bit, and then I applied the decorative glaze first with a paper towel, and then I kind of worked it in, and then I used a brush to get it in between. I did get it a little bit on the snowflakes, so I used a baby wipe to remove it. That's why I said it's easier if you do all of these things before you attach your Christmas tree, like your little snowflakes, but I think it turned out really cute regardless, and here is the finished piece. Let me know what you think. So again, another super DIY for number 3. I'm using, again, the spray paint, and I'm using this square plank, and it's from the Dollar Tree, to create my DIY. And I only need one coat of this. And then I'm also using these trucks from the Dollar Tree. They're ornament trucks. I'm not using these Christmas lights. My son just put them in my hand, gave them to me, so I put them on the table, so you might see his little hands grabbing them over here. But I remove the ornament, and I remove all the little hooks off of the ornament, and then I hot glue it to the bottom of the truck, leaving a little bit of space because I will also be using that same ribbon. So basically I used one roll of that ribbon for the entire, like for all 3 DIYs. So it went a long way, and then I used a little bit of a different kind of ribbon for the bow on this as well. And again, like I said, this is a super easy one, and I had a snowflake left over. You can see it in the corner there from the first DIY, so I put that on here as well. And then I distress it with that Rust-Oleum decorative glaze to give it more of a rustic look. And that's basically all there is to it. I do, like I said, wrap at the bottom some of that ribbon and at the top, and then I do like a little bow just using little strips of ribbon. And then I add a little bell, which is from a bell garland from the Dollar Tree that I had left over actually from last year. So after I get everything glued on, I use a pencil this time. I'm a little bit smarter than I was with the previous DIY, and I write in the words Christmas trees, and I put a little arrow. I'm using a red Sharpie to go over top of the Christmas trees wording, and then I'm using a black Sharpie for the arrow. And that's all there is to this one. Another super easy one. These can be tray decor pieces. These can be little accents in your vignettes. It can be anything. They're just cute little Dollar Tree DIYs that are super fun and super easy to make. And I think they turned out great. Look at this guy. Look how cute he is. Let me know which one is your favorite. If you have not subscribed, make sure you hit the big subscribe button, hit the like button. I also have a coffee page, so if you wanted to buy me a coffee, please go ahead and do that. That's linked in my description below. So I'm in love with the Dollar Tree palettes that I have seen many different creators use, and even on Instagram and Facebook, and I have not been able to find them. So I'm creating my own using 21 popsicle sticks, and I start off by just arranging them to the way that I would like the palette to look like. This is kind of up to you how big you want it to be. I thought 4 sticks out and then 8 sticks down would be big enough. And then once I arrange and see how far I want them to be, then I go ahead and I add the hot glue, and I just attach everything with the hot glue, and then I give them a little bit of height. I give the palette a little bit of height by adding another 3 popsicle sticks on each side from the bottom. And that's it for the palette. And then I use my Rust-Oleum decorative glaze in the Java brown, and I just stain this. I just use an old rag to do it, and I love using this glaze as a stain. It works really, really well. So after the stain sets, I thought I was going to use my Cricut to cut out the word joy using red vinyl, but then once I put that on, I didn't like the way that looked, so I decided to use some red burlap, which I also got at the Dollar Tree. They have these burlap ribbons available now, and they're really, really cute because they have them in orange and brown and red. So I used the red burlap, and I cut out just a piece that was wide enough for the entire palette. I wound up cutting another piece of the burlap just because I saw a little bit of the brown showing through on the burlap, and I wanted it to be a little bit darker, so I just put 2 pieces of burlap. You don't have to, I just like the way it looked better. And I hot glued that on, and then I cut out jute rope, and I made the word joy out of the jute rope, and I attached a little hook on using jute rope onto the top of the palette, so it kind of looks like it could be hanging somewhere or whichever. And that is it. Minimal materials, very cute, and has that rustic Christmas feel that I really like. So if you guys thought this DIY was easy, the next one is even easier. So the next one, you're going to need about 7 popsicle sticks, and then you're going to make a Santa ladder, which is super easy. Just use these popsicle sticks. You're going to need a little bit of holiday red paint from the Dollar Tree, as well as this little garland. Now this is the only thing that I'm not sure that you can find now, but you can find something similar that has like little berries so you can wrap it around. I'm sure of it. I just had this on hand from last year, and I will pick some more up this year because I really like to use them in like little bits of decor here and there. But that's all you need for this one. Just look how cute it is. That's what it's gonna look like. Easy. So all I'm doing is hot gluing the ladder after I painted. So first you paint it in the holiday red, you do both sides, let it dry, then you hot glue it all together, and that is it. The only few things that you have to remember is that you don't want to use too much hot glue so that it doesn't kind of spill all over. And when you're hot gluing, you want to put them one on top of the other. And then you also want to kind of, when you do the middle part, you want to have it go in an open triangle, so that way it's not a straight up ladder. If that's what the look you're going for, that was the look that I was going for. You're going to wrap that garland around, maybe hot glue it in a few spots if you want to, or if you want to be able to use this for maybe the fall, you don't even have to wrap the garland around, glue it around. You just wrap it around, and that's it. And here's the finished piece. So I'm going to sound really vain and say, this next one is really cute too. I love it, because I really do love all the ones that I created. So this is a cool one because I'm using one of these little craft jars from the Dollar Tree. I thought I had 2 on hand, but I didn't. So the other one that I'm using is just a glass jar. So this is where you could use stuff that you have on hand at home. I just wanted to show you that you could get one of these craft jars at the Dollar Tree and it would work. But like I said, any old jars, if you can reuse them rather than recycling them, is great. So you need 2 jars. flowers, some gold metallic paint, white paint, and some black paint, and a little bit of ribbon. I'm using this checkered one, which I actually got during the summer, not at Christmas time, so you might be able to pick it up now. I got that last year though. So hopefully any kind of red ribbon would work too. You're going to paint both of these jars. One jar you're going to paint red, the other jar you're going to paint white. Now I did have one of my viewers tell me that pouring the paint might work a lot better with the glass. I saw the comment after I painted these, so next time I'm painting any glass or anything like that, I might try it. I tend to get really messy, so I don't like to pour stuff, but you know, why not give it a try? So I did 2 coats of white and red, and I did a little bit on the inside, not like too much, just a bit, so in case I saw like a little bit coming through. The white I had to do a little bit more. If you do have chalk paint on hand, I think it works a little bit better than the acrylic paint. It just has better coverage. So once you have these guys painted, then you need to do your decorations and your design. So the white one, you guessed it, is a snowman. If you've seen my mega video or any of my Christmas DIYs from last year, I love snowman stuff. So I'm just drawing 3 buttons. If you want to be really, really precise and perfect, you could use something like a stencil to make the little buttons. I kind of wanted them to look like they were coal, so that they, like, instead of buttons, but they were like coal, so they were kind of like choppy. But like I said, if you want to make them perfect, by all means use a stencil or something like that. And then this guy is done. He just needs his little ribbon. This guy's going to be Santa, so I'm going to be drawing on his belt. Again, if you want, you can use a stencil or you can freehand it. I chose to freehand it. So I'm just drawing the belt in black, and then I will be going over it in some gold. For the flowers, I wanted to show you that you could use fall or summer flowers for this in case your Dollar Tree runs out of them really fast or you just don't have any on hand. So these are the peonies that I use. They're wild peonies, and then these are dahlias. They're both from the gladiolas. They're both from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just using one stem of the gladiolas and one stem of the peonies, and here they are, and I just swapped. I put the red with the white and the white with the red, and I think they turned out really cute. They'll be perfect tray decor items. So here I wanted to show you what decorative glaze I was using, and then no. Yep, I spilled the decorative glaze, so I decided to just continue on working so I could get some of the glaze off of my desk and put it on this chair, and then I had to clean it up. But yeah, that was quite entertaining. So once I cleaned everything up, I went ahead and I put these things together. So for the next part of this DIY, you're going to need these little socks. So again, these socks, the Christmas socks, I got at the Dollar Tree last year. Actually, I got them in January when they had, or like end of December when they had their big sale. So if you don't have them, you could just use red socks. And as you can see, I'm using a part of a red sock there too. And then one of these little balls, some rice, and some elastic bands. So what I'm doing here now, because I had used this sock for another DIY as well, so this was what was left over, I'm just going to hot glue it together so that it stays closed. And then I will fill it with rice. I'm not filling it too much because I want it fitting into the Adirondack chair, because I'm making a Christmas Santa gnome sitting in his chair. So I don't want it too full. So I fill it up and I test it out in the chair, and then I see how much more or less I need, and then I tie it with the elastic. And then once I get the size that I want, I go ahead and I add that sock to the top of the gnome, and I pull down a little bit of it to make the nose. I wanted the nose to be red because sometimes Santa is kind of flushed, so I wanted his nose to be red. And I tie that as well with an elastic. So then I added The beard is this fur that I had from last year. You can pick it up. They have blankets at Dollarama, which is our version of the Dollar Tree. It's a little bit more expensive, so probably like the Dollar General, but I have seen little fur ribbons at the Dollar Tree. It's just like a hit and miss. Sometimes they have them, sometimes they don't. So just any kind of fur will do, or even white material. You could use white felt if you can't find the fur for his beard. And that's all there is to this little guy, and he's going to sit in his chair and wait for all the kids to come and tell him their wishes. So a few more DIYs to go. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Take a, stretch a little bit while I'm talking here. But the next few DIYs are really easy too. The next one is a Christmas tree made out of clothespins. So another item that you can get at the Dollar Tree right now, actually all year long. So the pack of clothespins are 36. You're not going to need all 36 of them. You're just going to need a half of a package. So you're going to take one of those little strips that the clothespins come on, and you're just going to make a Christmas tree. Actually, you need less than half a package, 1/4 of a package, I would say. And you're just going to put them on, depending on how big you want this Christmas tree. If you want it bigger, you can use more. And what I'm doing is the bottom 4, I'm putting one beside the other, and then the other ones I'm kind of zigzagging up top, as you can see. And then I've put them on, and then I go ahead and hot glue them to make sure that I like the way it looks. So again, there's so many options you could do with the clothespins. You could even take them apart and glue them the other way so that they can make a star, whichever. So many different options. If you guys are interested, I can show you some clothespin DIYs too, if that would interest you. Let me know in the comments below. But you're going to hot glue these down, and then you're going to take some forest green acrylic paint, and you're just going to paint them on and use one of those little balls, that the wood balls that I was talking about, and you're going to add it to the top, and you're going to add one of the Dollar Tree wood stems that they have. They kind of look like birch bark, but like little mini ones. You're going to do that for the stump, and that's all there is to it. And because I noticed he was a little bit wobbly, probably because I stuck him onto the paper instead of a piece of wood, I just added another popsicle stick to the back. But if you put him on a jumbo popsicle stick, he won't be wobbly. So this DIY I actually got from my sister. She's the Domestic Diva DIY. She did this, I think, last year or the year before, where she used some pots. I don't know if she used these exact ones, but she used some pots from the Dollar Tree to create bells. And that's what I'm doing. So I'm just using 2 of them. You could use 3. They come in a pack of 3, so if you wanted to use up all 3 of them, you could. I just wanted to use 2. And I'm going to make them look like they're galvanized, like silver bells. So I start off with just painting them black, and then I do my galvanizing. So I didn't show you the full galvanizing because I have many galvanizing tutorials on my channel. So what I can do is I can actually link one of my videos down in the description below, so just check it out. But what I'm using is, on top of the black, I put some silver and some white and then some more black, and I just dab them on. So I put them all on a little bowl and I dab them on as I go. There's not really like a set, okay, you have to do this first or that. It's just whatever you like to look at. Sometimes I even add blue to it, sometimes I don't. This time I didn't. So then I made little holes into the bells because they have the drainage holes that you can poke through, and I'm putting some jute rope through them, and I'm going to tie that at the top. And then I will have a little bit hang out so it looks like there's like a bell portion inside. And then I will tie a ribbon to it. And sorry, I didn't make myself clear. At where the little bell portion hangs in the bottom, I do a little knot so it doesn't come out. And then I leave a loop, and then I hot glue it together as well before I add the ribbon. So I'm just using some of this checkered ribbon from the Dollar Tree. I believe they have it even now, not just at Christmas time. And I'm just making like a mock bow. I don't do bow tutorials because I'm not an expert on them, so I feel like I don't do them the best, so I just did little loops and hot glued everything together. And here they are. Now, I saw someone do this similar DIY a while back. I can't remember who it was. I just remember I really liked it, so I had picked up one of these shovels at the beginning of the season. And I'm just spray painting it in this Rust-Oleum
Heirloom white.
Actually, our Walmart was closing down, so these were so cheap. I picked up a whole bunch. And then I'm going to be putting the Rust-Oleum chalked charcoal paint up at the top where the little handle is. By all means, you could use acrylic paint. Now, the only advice that I have for you is maybe put Mod Podge at the bottom and then paint it, because the paint kept on coming off. So I wound up putting Mod Podge over top of it, and I antiqued it a little bit with the black. And now, what I wanted to do for this shovel is I wanted to show you that you could use this for all the seasons. So it's very neutral, kind of farmhousey. And I'm going to add jute rope to the kind of stem of the shovel. And then I have a bow that I created again off camera because I had a really hard time creating it, but I'll show you what it looks like finished. And then I'm just gonna Velcro that bow to just where the handle meets the open part of the shovel, and I just Velcro one piece to the bow and one piece to that, so that way you can change it up for the seasons. For the fall, you can use it, a fall ribbon. For the summer, you can maybe do some lemons or whatnot. For spring, some tulips or whichever. So this way it gives you options. As you can see in the back, I didn't put too much paint because wherever I have it, I'll have it kind of against something so you won't see the back. So there's no point in wasting paint. So the ribbon is a mishmash. This white Santa ribbon and snowman ribbon I actually got from my friend. I don't know where she got it. Maybe Michael's and maybe White Rose when they used to have it. She said it's very old and she hasn't used it in years, so she didn't need it, and she knew that I could use it from some of my videos. And then again, that checkered ribbon as well as a little bit of burlap. Well, you made it. We're in the last DIY before the bonus DIYs. So I got this mason jar looking thing sign from the Dollar Tree, and it's Canada Day themed because that's all they had. I know that they have summer themed ones too, so they're probably still around at your store. You might have a 4th of July one if you're in the States. And all I'm going to be doing is Mod Podging this. So the Dollar Tree has these cute little checkered napkins right now. They also have tablecloths and all sorts of things, so it might be a good time to pick these up. And I have little hands helping me. As you can see, he really wanted to Mod Podge this, so I show him what he needs to do and he's going to do it for me. And so I just put the Mod Podge at the bottom, and then, well, he puts it at the bottom, and then I go over top of it a little bit with the Mod Podge. I don't let him do that just because it is tissue paper. I mean, tissue paper, it's a napkin, so it's quite thin. Now, I don't do it all the way around because I'm not going to put anything up at the top. I wind up using 2 napkins just so that you can't see anything through them. So do the 2 napkins. That's why I did this part by myself, just because I was afraid he would rip it, and he also got tired of it. His crafting attention span is quite limited. So put 2 of these on, Mod Podge them, let them dry off, then cut off the excess. I just use a fabric cutter for this, and it worked really well. And then I'm going to use some burlap for the bottom and some jute rope for the top. And again, this is another one that you could use in multiple seasons, so I wanted to show you this one as well. So once you have that all glued on there with some hot glue, then you're going to take some floral wire and you're going to put it through those two little holes, and you're going to just attach this little clip, and it's just like a little clip for papers that I had on hand, and just hot glue that on and create a little bow. So I'm just using some burlap, the red burlap that I used before, and then some regular burlap, and I'm just making little strips to make a funky little bow that I'm going to attach to the top of the mason jar. So what I'm doing is hot gluing these little bits. I'm doing red burlap, brown burlap, red burlap, brown burlap, and that's it for the bow. Very simple bow. So I showed you this tutorial because it was very simple, and if your bows are a problem like they are for me, then this is something that you could do. And then you can use that little hook to attach your favorite Christmas picture, or if you guys didn't know, it is 23 Mondays until Christmas, so you could attach a cute little sign like that as a countdown. Creating a kind of trash to treasure item using this peanut butter jar, and all I'm doing is I'm going to make it look like a little planter. I am remodeling my kitchen. Well, renovating my kitchen, renovating my whole main floor, basically. Well, not my whole main floor, just kitchen, laundry, and powder room and hall. And so I think this will look really nicely on my island. So what I'm doing is, like I said, I have this big jar of peanut butter that I've washed out, cleaned, and everything. Some of the sticky parts did not come off of the jar, which is okay because it will all be covered up with some twine, some jute rope. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to wrap this around, and I just kind of dab a little bit of hot glue as I go. I don't do like a ribbon of hot glue and then put the twine over top of it. I just kind of do little dots here and there, and sometimes I do a whole roll without doing it. Just do whatever suits you and however you find comfortable. And this does take a little while. It took me about 15 minutes to do this, so I will speed up the video. Alrighty, so I've sped it up here for you, and I'll cut off a little bit so that you don't have to watch me, turning rope around a little container. Maybe a little bit boring for you guys. So I'll cut out a little bit and show you what it is what it is close to being finished. Okay, so here I am pretty close to being finished. At the top I did add a little bit extra just to cover the lip of the jar. You can do however you wish. I was actually planning on putting handles on this, but I had a little mishap with my paint. So the handles that I planned on attaching to it, they didn't match, and then I kind of got frustrated and I gave up on the handles. But you can totally add handles if you'd like. I think after seeing how this turned out, I will be creating one more on my hanging planter. Like, I'll be recreating my hanging planter the same way, and maybe even another little planter on the floor. I haven't decided, and not a little one, it's a big one, so I don't know if I want to take on that challenge unless I find some really thick jute rope. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, so once I finished and hot glued everything, I move on to painting. So I didn't know that you could paint jute rope. Well, I figured you probably could, but I didn't know how it would turn out. So instead of getting out the amount of jute rope I need, which you totally could do, you could wrap it around and see how much you need for however much. It might be easier in terms of not getting over splatter or anything like that, but You could spray before you attach it to the jar. I decided to do it this way, and what I did is actually, like I said, once I finished all of my twine, I took the jar and I just wrapped some clear tape around where I wanted to split it in half because I wanted this container to be white and black. You could probably buy painted jute rope, like colored jute rope. Not probably, I know you can buy rope, but I didn't have any on hand, and I'm really trying really hard to not spend a lot of money right now. So again, I wrapped that tape around to give me kind of, to cover that part of the planter, and the bottom part I'm just painting with this flat black paint from Tremclad. And here it is, what it looks like all painted. Now I was going to do a different white paint, but the little top would not work, like I couldn't press it down, so, and it's full, it's really sad. So if you have any tips on how to get that to work, please let me know. I'm pretty sure it's done now. And so I wound up using this other Rust-Oleum heirloom white paint, and then I move on to decorating this little planter. Now you can put oh my gosh, the word is escaping me. You can put floral foam into it if you'd like. I am just putting some tissue paper in there, and because it's still Christmas in July, I'm adding some Christmas decorations in here so you can kind of get an idea what you could do for Christmas. But I did make the pot neutral so that way you can use it any time of the year, and I'm going to show you two different ways to use it. So for the purposes of this video and it being Christmas in July, and I have been posting Christmas DIYs, I thought I would do a Christmas decor. So here it is all finished, spray painted. So I just spray painted like you normally spray paint, and I did the tape on each side to help with not spraying all over the planter. But I think it turned out really cute, and it's going to look awesome either on my kitchen or it'll go into the powder room. I haven't decided yet. And if it does go in the kitchen, you can always do a little bit of basil and or any kind of flower or herb if you'd like. That's why I wanted to use a plastic instead of like a tin, or you could do jars as well because they don't leak. So if you put your little planter in there, so my basil has a little plastic planter that has drainage holes, and then I put it in here, it's not going to leak and it's going to keep the water in, and it's going to look beautiful. Let me know what you think. Make sure you check out the playlist. Make sure you check out Creations by Favi. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel and leave me a comment. Let me know what you think. So I created these 3 DIYs using scrap stuff around the house and Dollar Tree items.
So for today, I'm making a few tray decor pieces. Although these look big, sometimes I find that I have all these little things in my tray, and because they have little like lips, I have to then either lift them up or they're too small for the tray. So I'm going to try big ones. My trays are always a work in progress. So if you've ever watched my home channel, you see like I decorate them on there, and you see the whole process that I go through. It's like, sometimes it's painful. Anyway, I don't show you the whole process, but I kind of talk you through it. But so I'm going to make these and hopefully they work. So this is going to be one project. For this, I'm going to use these guys for the base. This is just like a piece of wood. We were building some stairs, so this was left over. And then I'm going to make a wreath out of some grapevines from my garden. And then I'll just add a few embellishments from the Dollar Tree. The next one will be, I'll be using this cube from the Dollar Tree, these little embellishments, some twine and a ribbon. And then this one, as you can see, I'm making a gnome. I have a little wood bead that I'm going to be using. I'm going to be using this guy, these strips of faux fur, and that's it. I'm going to do a line of tape here to leave it like natural color, and all of them I'm going to be spray painting using this Rust-Oleum heirloom white spray paint. Now this is very inexpensive project, most of the stuff I had around, I mean, you could buy this, $1.25. If you had like a cube of wood from a project, you could use that. Triangles, if you don't have the wood, you can use, they have the styrofoam triangles at the Dollar Tree. Sometimes you can even get toy foam shapes. So really just depends how big you want it and what you wanted to do. I wanted them bigger, so these will work really well. Anyway, I'm gonna go spray paint them. I won't show me doing that because it's just spray painting. And then I'll show you what they look like when they're done.
So I told you they were all super easy to do. So this guy, I am just kind of planning out how I want his beard to be and how I want his mustache to be. I did wind up cutting another 2 strips of mustache just to make it a little bit fuller. And then I am just going to glue everything on and use that little part as my buffer, that little nose part over there. Kind of not a buffer, but kind of like just know where I need to set my beard. And I'm just using some hot glue to glue it on, and that is it for my little guy. So I did leave that little part natural underneath his nose, and that's just kind of to show his face, because the sides are also unpainted because I just put like a little strip of tape on there, and then on the side it kind of looks like it's his natural skin tone, I guess. And that's it. He's going to make a cute little tray decor piece. Now, I did add at the bottom of the triangle, because the triangle is kind of oddly shaped, so I added just a little lift so that he would straighten out in the tray. You won't be able to see that. It's just like a little part that I added that obviously you don't have to do if your triangle is straight. So here he is all finished. I think he is really cute, and he'll make an adorable little tray decor piece for either my tier tray or just a table tray. And you could even probably swap him out for the seasons if you add a cute little hat. You know, like a themed hat. Maybe you add a Christmas hat and then a fall hat and a Valentine's hat. Just some ideas for you. So the next piece, I'm using the other triangle. Again, here it is painted all white, spray painted, and I am using some of Annie Sloan's black wax, and I'm just adding it to the triangle. Now you'll see little hands because I have my little guy helping me. He really wanted to paint something, so I let him paint this. I usually let him paint other things, but we're in the middle of renovations, so right now the little spot where he can paint is being occupied, but just for today because someone's coming in to do some work. So he was not able to paint his stuff today, so he is helping me. And we are just adding the wax to make it look a little bit darker, a little bit more antique, kind of farmhousey. And then I just, like, after he applies the wax with the brush, then I just kind of move it around, and I use like a little rag just to push it around, and then this is what I'm working with. So then I just start putting it together, and all I'm doing is adding that wreath and gluing the legs to the bottom, and that's it. So I tried using those grapevine vines but they were too dry. I had used them for a project before and saved them, but they were too brittle, so they kept on breaking. So they did not work for this, unfortunately. So I did have this little garland from the Dollar Tree. It was from the fall last year, so you could probably pick it up soon. And they do have, I know they have summer versions of it too, which have a little bit of greenery, and then you could just add a little bit of pops of red if you wanted to. So I'm using this one, and I'm not using the whole thing. I'm just going to cut out what I need, and then I'm going to just embellish it with a few little decorations, and that's all there is to it. And hot glue it to where I want it to sit. And then I also have to glue the feet. Now the feet I'm just doing just more for like a decorative thing, so it looks like it has something at the bottom, but again, you won't be able to see it, but just in case whatever somebody looks, then it kind of looks like it's a little tree, like a little Christmas tree with feet. And here he is all finished. He looks really cute, and he'll look awesome in the tray. And at the end, I do show you, just like I did at the beginning, what they look like in the trays. And last but not least is the gift. Now here it is painted in that heirloom white, and now I am adding the black wax to this as well. My little helper left, he didn't want to help anymore. So again, I'm just rubbing it on with a rag. I didn't want to let him rub it with a rag because his poor little hands would be filthy. So once I get it to be the right antiqueness, I guess, the way I want it to be, then I just add my ribbons. Now you can see the little dots from the dye. If you didn't want to see them, you could add a little bit more paint. Maybe you could put some putty in there, but I'm okay with it because I'm adding the bow and the ribbon, and you won't be able to see it. Also, if you use chalk paint, it's a little bit thicker and you won't be able to see it with those, but because I did the spray paint, you can see it. And for the ribbon, as I showed you there, I am just using a buffalo plaid ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and I'm wrapping it around. So I just cut my long piece in half, and then I wrap it around and I tie it on one side, and then I do the same thing on the other side. And I just do a little knot so that way it looks like I tied a bow, but I really didn't. And then I do the same thing with twine. I kind of wrap it around both sides, oh, actually all four sides. And then I just tie like a little bow and a little knot at the top, so it looks like I have both. Now I wind up doing a double wraparound on like two sides of the cube, and then a one wraparound on the other side. And then I cut some of the twine and just make kind of additional little bows and tie them together, and then fluff everything out, fix it all up, and that is it. These were the most simplest little DIYs, and they'll make awesome tray decor pieces or even like mantle decor pieces because they're big enough. The best part of all of this is that I'm using stuff that I had on hand, stuff that was very inexpensive, and stuff that was like just scraps. Because, I don't always want to spend money when I'm doing these things. I like to reuse what I have, and there's just so much stuff. But anyway, here it is all finished, my little cube present. Let me know what you think of this one. And also let me know which one was your favorite. What did you like the most? I think I probably like this guy and the gnome the best. But I like all three of them because they are kind of filler pieces in the tray, especially if I use it in the tiered tray. They'll just be so great. I'm really happy with them. I love when I make these and then have nice decor pieces when it comes time to decorate. So I really love these little red pickup trucks from the Dollar Tree. I also really love the die cast ones that are big. However, they're quite expensive. So I thought, hey, why don't I make my own? So I got two of these little red trucks from the Dollar Tree, as well as this crate, the mini crates that they have at the Dollar Tree as well. And I'm going to be making a little red truck. So I will start off by removing these Christmas trees. So I was carefully removing the trees because I will be saving them for a different project. And they're great shape and they're perfect for Christmas. I will have to paint over them and I'll take off the garland that they have around, but they'll be perfect. So now I'm going to go ahead and scrape off this Merry Christmas because I really don't want it on here. So I'm just using a scraper here to try and get off as much as I can, and I will sand a bit down too. And you don't have to do this if you like that Merry Christmas, but I wanted to get rid of it, and sometimes when you paint over the glitter it still shows, so I wanted to get rid of it. So now I will go ahead and I'm going to paint my little truck using this espresso paint, a little bit of white, There we go. Some black acrylic paint and some red acrylic paint. All of them from the Dollartree. And I'm gonna make kind of like a more like a burgundy kind of red, because I didn't want the truck to be this holiday red. It's a little bit too bright for me, so I'm just gonna mix some colors. So I'm mixing the red with a bit of the brown and a bit of the black. And first I'll start off with just painting it out red to get it to be that red color, and then I'll mix in some of the other colors. So I do wind up painting both sides of one of the pickup trucks, because I will be putting it on the like I have to flip it over, so I need the other side. And the reason I painted the inside was because I didn't want like through the sides or anywhere the Merry Christmas peeking out, so I just kind of painted a little bit over top of that one. I won't show you the whole process, but I'll show you what it looks like finished, because I think you kind of can clue in on how to paint your little pickup truck. So like I said, I did sand though a little bit just to get that Merry Christmas off as much as I could. So the crate part, I'm going to paint black. I'm painting it on the inside and outside of the little bin, because I want to make sure that when I switch it out for a different season, because I will be using this for the fall as well for decorating, if I decide to put pumpkins or something that's not so bulky like Christmas trees, it's not going to show the light color of the crate. So once that's nice and dry, as you can see, I did only the top parts of the crate, but inside fully. I'm going to hot glue it to one side of the pickup truck, and then I'm going to hot glue and well bond, I believe I used, for the other side. Now I did have to remove those little tire rims off of the one pickup truck, because they it wouldn't let me have like a nice flush glue. So, and I did save them so I could use them on the other side once I finished painting the other side of the one pickup truck. So once both sides were painted, I glued them, and then I just clamped them. Even though I used the weld bond, it still needs a little bit of clamping for it to stick, otherwise it was falling over. So now I'm just going to measure out my popsicle sticks. Originally I was going to cut them to size so that they would be flush with the pickup trucks, but I was worried that I wouldn't cut them evenly, and quite frankly, it would have taken me a really long time, and I don't like when the cuts aren't perfect, so I thought this would be better to just leave it whole. So that's what I'm planning out here. So once I've placed all of the popsicle sticks, it's time to paint them, and I'm going to be painting them that same combination of red, brown, and black as I did the pickup truck. This time I'm just mixing the colors together, whereas the first time I painted it red and then I just went over with a mixture. So after I paint the top of the pickup truck red, I decide that I need a little bit of height to the crate. So I'm adding some like little rails on the side, and I'm doing that with one garden pick. So you could also use a paint stick too, but these are garden picks from the Dollar Tree that I got this summer. Garden stakes, I should say. And I'm cutting it in half, and I'm using one on each side, and then I'm just using some popsicle sticks to make kind of like a to hold it basically up. But so I'm using 4 popsicle sticks and 1 garden pick. So here's what that looks like. And I've also gone ahead and painted it black. So I then went ahead and I put some floral foam in there, and just to give it a bit of height, and then I'm adding some Christmas trees to make it appear like the little red truck is carrying Christmas trees. So I also went ahead and I painted kind of the top part of the hood, just added a little bit of black detail, some lights, and I painted the windshield white, and there he is. I'm really happy with this DIY. The little black that I added to the painting as well looks really good. So this is what I was talking about, going over with a different color. I just think he turned out so cute, and it's a big truck. I mean, it's a little red truck, but it's a big truck considering how expensive these can be. This cost, you know, under $5 for all of this stuff. And as you can see, I painted in the wheels, and then I decided it would be even neat to add some lights in it if you wanted to. So these are just the twinkle light or fairy lights from the Dollartree. So this is vesnasstv. If you haven't been to my channel before, I do lots of DIYs. I try to do everything on a budget, so all that you'll see on my channel is stuff that is very budget friendly. Thrift flips, furniture flips, DIYs, dollar store DIYs, any of that kind of stuff. I do it, and I try to really do it on a budget. So I try to do, you know, make some beautiful decor on a budget. So if that's the kind of stuff you like, stick around, hit that notification bell, hit the like button, subscribe, all of that fun stuff. Thank you. So this cutting board was painted black, and then using the charcoal, Rust-Oleum charcoal black, chalked black paint, and then I painted it with the linen white. And then now I'm adding Mod Podge. Now this was from a different project where I tried to do something and it didn't work out. So as you can see, it's all peeling off. So now I'm just adding Mod Podge to the entire piece so more paint does not peel off before I go ahead and I add my image on there. So the Mod Podge will hopefully allow for the paint not to peel off, like if I ding it or anything like that. And now I just want to distress it a little bit further. I thought I would sand it and get the reason I had originally painted it black was because I thought I could paint it black, then paint it white and distress it, and it would look really nice. But now because I didn't use it for that project, it was for project this summer, I'm going to just distress it with some espresso brown acrylic paint. Just because I am worried if I start to distress too much, I'll get the red showing, and I don't want the red showing. When I do this distressing, I always kind of try to dry the paint off on a paper towel or something as much as I can, so it's a really dry brush. And sometimes if I find I've added too much, I'll just wipe it off with a paper towel or a baby wipe. This time it's a dry baby wipe, but sometimes I use wet baby wipes to just kind of blend the colors together. But this time was just a dry baby wipe that had dried out. And then I'm just kind of randomly putting the distressing on. And then I'll go ahead and use some black acrylic paint and some pumpkin colored acrylic paint to do the little snowman. So here's the completed snowman. I did wind up adding a bow, and you can tell me which one you like better, whether you like the bow or no bow on this snowman. But here he is without the bow. I think he's cute this way too. I'm not sure where I'll put him in my decor. He'll go somewhere, probably in my kitchen since it's a cutting board. I'm not going to cut food on it, obviously, but I think he's really cute. And then here he is with just a bow that I added. A super simple bow that I made just by using some ribbon and hot gluing. Again, I told you guys before, I'm not the best bow maker, so I just I don't usually film myself making them. So let me know which one you think. Finally, last but not least, I'm going to be using these like Rubik's Cubes from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to be creating a nice little joy sign from these blocks. Originally I wanted to use the foam dice, but I could not find them, so I thought this would be as good as anything else to use. And I'm going to be painting them with my Rust-Oleum chalked linen white paint. I was trying to show it to you there, but I didn't have it in the frame for some reason. And but it's the Rust-Oleum chalked linen white. I have a really big container of it because I use it quite a bit. It goes a really long way, so if you're looking for a decently priced chalked paint, that is a really good one to go with. After about 3 coats, I got them to the way I wanted them to be, and now I'm just going to be freehand drawing the letter J onto these blocks, and it's just so that I can paint over it and not, because if I try to do freehand painting I usually make a mistake. So this is just so I can kind of follow the guide of the writing instead of doing a stencil, because I didn't think I needed a stencil for 3 letters. For the paint, I'm using again the Holiday Red from the Dollartree, and it's just an acrylic paint, and I'm going over the drawn letters with just that paint. I'm not mixing it with anything. I don't have a dirty brush. Sometimes I have brushes that have black on it or brown. Purposely I don't clean them off because I want to have that color. But for this one I'm just using the red itself, and I put a good amount on it. After I add the red paint for the joy, I clean my brush off a little bit just with a paper towel, and then I add some black, and again I dry brush the black around to give it like a distressed effect. Don't worry if you get too much distressing on, you can always wipe it off and just add more of the paint that you used originally, like the white paint, and then it'll just blend in and you won't even be able to tell. For the little bit there, I actually used a paint pen because I found that I was trying to use a brush but it didn't work out, so I used a paint pen which covered it beautifully. Again, you pick and choose which you need to use, what will work best for you. This is what worked for me. So once all of this dried off, I went ahead and added a little bit of greenery just to show you guys what it could look like with and without. So here is the finished piece. So I just love the rustic farmhouse feel of this joy here. You could add something green like this if you wanted to, depending on where you're using it. I'm not sure where it'll go. Again, I'm decorating soon, so you'll see it over on my home channel. But if you didn't want to add, here's what it just looks like without it. It's pretty rustic. It's exactly what I was going for. A lot of my decor is this way. So if you like this kind of stuff, make sure you subscribe, because I do lots of this kind of stuff. Here are all 3 finished pieces. This is my inspiration. I'm making a sign for you for a lot less than $94. So I'm using this piece of pressure treated plywood. The other side of this board is actually my hop sign that I made for Easter. I can link the video up here for you. And I'm going to be painting it red. Now, I normally like to use chalk paint, but I did not have red chalk paint and I didn't want to go to the store and buy some. I decided that I would try out using the acrylic paint and see how that works. So I used this Holiday Red from the Dollartree, and I squirted maybe like a tablespoonful and then added some water. So I watered it down, and I thought I was going to brush it on, but it wasn't giving me, well, the brush was probably too small. But then I gave up on brushing it, and I just got a rag and I basically just wiped it on. So I'll show you what I'm doing here. And this worked really well. Maybe wear some gloves if you're going to do this, because I'm still, like, after several showers and like the amount of hand washing I do every day is incredible, and even with that I still can find like little bits of red like around my nails and stuff like that. It's incredible how much it stained my hands. So next time I will wear gloves, but this time I did not. So anyway, I just, like I said, I just kind of scrubbed it on, and it worked really, really well. And I didn't even need more than what was in here. So I used, you know, very little of my holiday red paint, and it worked really, really well. I didn't seal the sign in the end. I may wind up sealing it, but for now I'll just leave it as is. Hopefully it'll hold up for this season, and then we'll see if I'm noticing that it's too much, then I will seal it for next year. This worked so well that I only needed one coat of the red, and the wood just soaked it perfectly. I'm really, really happy with the result. I think I mentioned at the beginning of the video that this project is really simple, and it is. So I used my Cricut to cut out one stencil of Ho, H-O, because I'm just doing ho 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 in white. So after the sign dried, I just taped it on with painter's tape, and I'm going to use my linen chalked white paint to go over top of the letters. Normally I like to use my stenciling brush, but because this was so big, I used this brush. Now there is a way with your Cricut to make it so that, like, that O, when you're making a stencil, so the middle part of the O stays on. But I was running low on time, so I did not have time to look up a video, so that's on my list of to-do things to learn with Cricut. If you don't have a Cricut, you could totally freehand ho ho ho. It's not that hard. And I actually saw, if you wanted to make your own stencils, you could use your laminating machine if you have one. If you just do two sheets of laminate and run it through your machine empty, and then just cut out the letters, and then you could use that as your stencil if you wanted to make sure that they were the same size. So that's an option for you if you didn't want to freehand write this and you had access to a laminating machine and not a stencil. I think the Dollartree has letters as well, at least in the States. Here I haven't seen them in our Dollartree, but it doesn't mean that they don't exist. I just haven't seen them. They might just come and go really fast. Now when I put these on, I did have to go back and like fix the H part to have the middle part of the H in there, and then just fix up the O a little bit. But I mean, not too bad. I really like the way it turned out. And so I didn't want to do like straight ho ho ho, because I always worry with doing stuff like that if the board's not even, or if I mismeasure or something, then it's going to look off and it's going to bother me. So this way, if I purposely make it off, then it doesn't bother me so much. But that's just a personal preference. So I just angled this hoe a little bit. So I repeated this for the other one as well. And then I took my pencil and I used it to draw on a little bit of snow. I actually decided to add the snow because one of my neighbors has a sign that says joy, and it has the snow coming like kind of at the bottom and at the top of the board. So I thought, wow, I really like the way that looks, but I didn't want to draw another joy sign, so I wanted something else, and I thought this was the perfect thing to put on. So as you saw earlier in the video, I did draw in the snow, and then I put in my last HO, and I did this just so I would know where to position it before I painted it on, and I wanted, see how far I wanted my snow to go. Then I just painted in what I drew and, freehanded a little bit if I thought it didn't once I painted if I thought it needed more or less. Well, not less, more. I did have to go back and fix this HO because what happened was I did not let the stencil dry before I moved it, and I didn't wipe it down, so it kind of made it a little bit messy, but I left some of the little bits of snow because I mean white, because I figured it would look a little bit like snow. And I did the same thing for the top. I drew in the snow and then I painted it in, but painted it on. So here it is finished. This is what I did for the top. I actually wound up doing it a little bit different at the top. I wanted it to look like the snow was coming down, melting down. And so I made a little bit of a different icicle snow shape. So that's there. And then here's what it looks like completely painted, but I wanted to add, that's why I left a little bit of space between the first HO and second HO. Add a belt, and here's the belt. The belt is a belt that I no longer use, and I just thought it would add that Santa Claus effect. And that's about it. It's there, finished with my snowman. If you didn't catch that video, I'll post it up here. It was I really like the way the sign turned out. It cost me nothing other than the paint supplies, which I had. Well, and the board it cost me nothing because I had everything on hand. But even if you had to buy the supplies, you could buy acrylic paint for $1.25, so two bottles, because you need the red and the white, and an old belt, which you could pick up at probably at a Value Village for $1, and a board, which I mean that would be the most expensive, and you could do a fence board. You don't have to do it as big as this one. So I mean, fence boards are what, $1.25 or something like that, $1.50. Let's say they're $2, but let's say maximum you spent $5 on a board because you wanted a bit of a bigger board. You're still looking at under $10 for this sign, instead of creating a floral arrangement for Christmas. And I'm using this thrifted wooden box. I got this for $2.99 at our local thrift store, so super cheap. Then I'm going to insert this floral foam, which I also got at the thrift store. I got 5 of them, I believe, for $2.99, so really cheap. And I'm using the whole piece, and then I'm going to be using 9 different Christmas picks, and they're just an assortment of little floral branches with some berries, and they're the frosted ones. So today's DIY is super duper easy. I apparently really like that word. It's very easy to do, and it's very cost effective, and I really like the way these Christmas arrangements look. I always do a whole bunch of fresh ones as well, and this arrangement reminds me of the fresh ones that I do. So when you're putting these together, you want to make sure that they're not too high, because it's not going to look nice, or it's not going to look right. So I'm going to be using my my wire cutters to cut them. Now, normally if I were to do it so that the back would show as well, I would do either the same for front and back, or sometimes if I have a wide range, like when I'm doing the fresh ones, and you could do this with the full ones too, I wind up doing like a higher layer at the back just to fill in, and then a lower layer at the front. But because of the size of this and the way these little branches are, I don't need to do that. You'll see. It looks good from both sides, but I'm only going to be using it like against a wall, so I didn't need to worry how the back would look, and I didn't want to waste money on extra picks if it didn't really matter. So I'm starting with the picks that don't have any flowers. They're just little branches, and I'm putting those on the sides, and then in the middle I'm putting the ones with the flowers, and then I just fill them in as I go. So these ones with the berries I put in here. I really apologize for the angle. I'm not sure how I didn't see that this was the angle, but it is what it is. So this is one without any flowers, and they're just different textures. One looks like an evergreen, this looks like the boxwood. Just all is a little bit frosted. And I cut them off, and like I said, I fill them in, making sure that, you know, I have symmetry, so both sides are equal. And this one I actually take apart so I can kind of fill in, and then you'll see as I go along. Now I'm not going to talk through the whole video. I'm going to turn some music on, and I'll just let you know as I go what I add in. So I add some red as well, and you'll see the finished product soon. As I'm filling this in, it's starting to look really good. Like I said, I really apologize. I got a new swing arm, trying to find the best angle to record for you guys, because I found my other ways it wasn't giving me the quality picture that I wanted. So I tried this way. It's still not working. So I've had my husband come up with a solution. So I'll display that in my next video. But you can see it's getting fuller here. Now I do want to add a bow to this, so I thought I was going to use this old shirt that we had, because it has this like buffalo plaid pattern that I really like, but I could not, because it's all cut all funny. I could not get a nice straight piece that would go all the way around, so I opted not to do it. But you could totally, if you had a nice long piece like this, you could do it. So as you can see, I tried, and then I was thinking if I folded it, but it just wasn't looking right. So oftentimes, if I plan something, I wind up doing something else, just because what I envisioned in my head is not what happens with the DIY. So, but I always like to show this to you guys so you can see the thought process kind of behind my DIYs. So after I figure out that I don't like that, I go ahead and I use this ribbon. It's from the Dollartree. It's not as thick as I wanted it to be, but it actually looks quite good, and I think these colors look a lot better than the black and white, because I have so much red and green in here. So I was happy with the way this turned out, and as I've mentioned to you in my other videos, I am not a bow maker, so I'm just making just like a basic bow here, and I'm gonna hot glue it to the pot, and that's about it. Like, so I just make the bow like you would kind of tie your shoelaces, and then I just make another bow from that same piece, and then I just hot glued it together. I'm sorry that you can't see, but I'll show you what it looks like finished. So my inspiration came from the Kirkland's website. So this arrangement cost $39 there. So for Canadian money, that would be well over $50. And my version cost just under $14, and I think they're pretty similar. And they're just as nice, both of them. So it just shows you how much cheaper you can get things and you can make things. We don't have a Kirkland's here, so I couldn't, I mean, even if we ordered it would be even more, but just to show you, you know, between the $40 and $50 mark is what this would cost. And like I said, mine cost just under $14, and that's assuming I used the whole ribbon, which I only used a portion of it. So here's the finished piece, with a much better angle. You can see the container. It looks like it's like a birch bark container. It has the nice little bow that has the plaid on the one side, and then on the other side it has the little white snowflakes. So I think it goes really nicely with the red berries in the container. I'm so happy with it. It's very farmhousey, natural, woodsy look that I'm going for. If you liked it, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed. Leave me a comment, tell me what you think. Trash to treasure thrift flip items. I am making a palette wood sled, repurposing or redoing some Christmas bells, and repurposing a milk tin. So the first project, I'm creating a sled out of this palette. And I will be having my husband help me take it apart. So we're careful as you can be, because everything is nailed. We've taken it apart. So what we did is we cut it in half, and we saved some of like lengthwise, and we saved some of the boards in the back and just left them there. And then these other ones we took out, and then I'm just placing them one on top of the other. And I also saved a piece of the long wood there. I've just placed it for me to see how I'm going to put this together. And then I'm just drilling screws into the sled, so that way it stays nicely together and I'm not having to nail it. And in case I want to take it apart down the road, it's a little bit easier to remove screws than it is nails. And I'm having a hard time with the drill. I had actually taken a dull screw, which my husband came over because he was seeing that I was having a hard time, and he tried to do it and he couldn't do it. So he said, "Oh no, you took a dull screw." So anyway, live and learn. So, and then he put it back, so I kept on taking it. But anyway, once we got the screw situation figured out, it started working fine. I don't know how I'm very good at finding things that, like other people would try to look for it and they wouldn't be able to find it. But, that's the first screw that I took. It was kind of funny. So anyway, I screwed down the boards, and then I didn't even have to cut anything to size or anything like that. The only thing that was cut was the palette was cut in half so that I could keep those back boards so that I could easily screw on these ones. And then just the little piece of wood that you'll see kind of where you attach the rope to the sled, that piece was also cut to size. But other than that, very minimal cutting, which was great. I used pretty much all of the half of the pallet board, and I'm using the other half. I'll be doing like a little wheelbarrow, and that'll be kind of my summer fall decoration. Sorry, I almost misled you. There was a little bit more of a cut because I decided I wanted the sled to have like a round curve. So my husband wound up cutting just the top boards of the pallet. Once they've been screwed in, he just cut them just so they would be kind of like in a circle, like a curved shape. You absolutely do not have to do this. I chose to do this because this is the look I wanted on my sled, but I've seen these made where they were just square at the top and they look just as good, but this is the look that I wanted. So then what I'm doing here is I'm going to screw in this belt. This belt is an old belt that had ripped, so I thought it would be perfect for this sled, especially since I'll be keeping it outside. So I didn't want to hot glue this because the hot glue won't withhold the freezing cold temperatures. So you just screw it in, and you're going to try to find a spot to screw it in so that way you actually have a firm hold. My husband likes to kind of hover around when I'm using any kind of power tools because I am very accident prone, so he always likes to make sure I'm okay. It's very cute. Once you have your rope or belt or whatever you decide to add on there screwed in or tied on, then what you want to do is you paint it if you want to paint it. You don't have to. I mean, even looking at the video now, I really didn't have to paint it, but I decided I wanted, because some of the boards had a little bit of blue, some of them had a little bit of white. I decided I did want to paint them a little bit, so I'm just using my espresso from Art Minds. It's from Michael's. It's like a little can that I got at 50% off, and I'm just lightly going over the really light parts and the blue parts, and then what I'm going to do is just apply a little bit of dark and light wax, and that's about it. I'm kind of just dry brushing. I like the imperfection of the wood, but I didn't want so much white and blue showing through, so that's all I'm doing. So once you get the look that you're going for, like I said, if you don't want to paint it, you don't have to, but I just want to painting it and waxing it a little bit, and then I'm going to make it Christmassy. Now, what I love about this sled is that I don't have to have it Christmassy. I could have it out all winter and just leave it as is and not have the Christmas type of decorations, maybe just have some greens in there. So I'm really excited about this sled. You do want to seal this because it is going to be sitting outside. So, I mean, if you want to keep it for a few years, why not seal it and have it be protected? So the wax I'm just adding to mute the brown and to kind of just to give it a lot of depth. I always like to kind of mix colors and waxes to make things even more rustic looking than they are. You did see me at the beginning of this clip just paint that belt, and that belt I painted with a little bit of red paint, but with the brown still being on my brush, so I used the same brush. And that just so it wasn't, because that was I didn't really like the color of the belt. For the final touches of the sled, I'm just attaching these picks that I had left over from actually last year. I had bought them for some outdoor arrangements and I never wound up using them, so I'm going to use them on this sled. They're from the Dollartree, so I think I used about 3 or 4 picks here, so you know, under $4 or $4 at the max. And I'm using zip ties to attach them because zip ties are plastic and they'll withhold the elements. Like I said, I didn't want to use hot glue because it won't withhold. And I had a little piece of burlap left over, so I just tied a bow to it, and that's it. No spectacular bow, I just did it like you would a shoelace. And here's a completed sled on my porch. I absolutely love the way this turned out. It is so rustic looking and so cute. So these are the bells that I had picked up at the thrift store. They were about 50 cents for all 4 of them, or sorry, for 2 of them, so about $1 for all 4. I have seen them at Dollarama, so if you're from Canada, that's our dollar store, but it's $1 and more, so I think they were about $3 for a set. Or for one, I can't remember, but they were quite expensive because they're larger. So, but I saw them and I thought, great, if I color them, paint them, they will look awesome. So what I want to achieve with these is kind of like a galvanized look, but a little bit darker. So what I'm doing is first I'm going to paint them with my Rust-Oleum Country Gray. And I'm just going to paint over them so they're not so shiny because they're really glittery. And I obviously can't, I mean, maybe I could have sanded off the glitter, but that was a lot of work that I didn't want to do. So I'm just going to paint them here with the Country Gray and let them dry. So here's what they look like all painted and dried. I only did 1 coat of them. I just made sure that I covered them really nicely, and the silver ones were easier to do. I didn't even have to do such a heavy coat on them because they were already silver, so the gray covered it quite nicely. The red I had to do, I just take my time a little bit more because with the little holes in between, the red was coming through, but I still only just did 1 coat for both. So then after I did that, I brought them outside to where I'm going to be hanging them, and I'm going over top of them with some silver. So this is a silver metallic and blue and black acrylic paint. And all of those paints I'm going to be putting in a little bowl and using my dabber to just paint over top of dab over top of the bells to create like a little galvanized effect. So initially I don't mix the colors together, but what I do is I put them all in the same bowl and they eventually wind up mixing together. And I just dab so I get that look that I'm going for. So sometimes I have to go back and put a little bit more blue, and then I notice there's too blue, and then I put a little bit more black. It's just whatever you want it to look like. So that's what I did here. I just kind of went over top. I always start with the blue and the lighter colors first, and then I just do the top coat so that way it the darker coat, so that way it kind of blends in the blue colors. And you just want to blend it all together is what is kind of essentially what you're going for. So after I do that, I do it several times over each bell. Some bells I have to do less, some more, just depending on how I mix the colors. And I'm not too concerned about them being identical, because if you're looking at aged galvanized buckets or bells, they're never quite identical because they age a little bit different. So I obviously do this for all 4 bells, and like I said, I'll put them side by side. If one is like really, really light and the other one is really dark, then I'll fix them depending on whether I like the darker or the lighter better. But you don't need to worry, like I said, too much about them being identical, just that they're similar enough so that way they look like the same bell but just age differently. So what look I got here was kind of like a galvanized black stainless steel type of look mixture together. So still a little bit shiny, but more like on the darker side, which is beautiful. Project I'm making over this milk can. Although it was really cute, I did think that it needed a little bit of TLC. It was $5 from my local thrift store. This one I just got recently. And I'm going to be removing this fall stuff. So I'm pretty sure somebody had it for their fall decor and then got rid of it right away. This gave me a little bit of trouble, so I'm not going to show the whole process. So what I did was I just pulled out these flowers with my wire cutters. Well, I was going to cut them out, and then I realized that if I get a good grip on them, I could just pull them out. And then it's the styrofoam inside that gave me a really hard time. Either this was DIY'd. I don't think that this was purchased this way. I'm not sure, but it was really, really glued well in there, the styrofoam. So I picked it out. I used an X-Acto knife. I broke an X-Acto knife. I cut it out until I could get it so I could pull it out. I had to cut around the edges to get that glue part off, and then it was really big inside, so I couldn't pull it out, so I had to cut it in pieces. So maybe it was factory made. I'm not sure, but gave me a bit of a hard time, so I didn't record the whole process. I made a big mess, so you guys didn't need to watch that. But if you do have something like that, you just need to cut around it and just pick at it until you get it out. That was my strategy. If you guys have better strategies, you can by all means let me know in the comments below. Although I didn't mind this green look of this can, I did want to update it a little bit, but make it look more aged. It had some dings in it, which is great, but the dings were just showing some sort of shiny stuff through, so it wasn't like they were it kind of made it look cheap. So this is not an original milk can. It must have been something that was bought at like a Marshall's or something. So anyway, I am making it look galvanized, but again, I'm going a little bit darker than I did. If you've seen my other galvanized projects that I've done, I can link one video up here, in here. I've done them kind of more silvery, whereas this one I did more of a dark color. I'm really happy with the way it turned out. So again, I'm mixing some white paint, some black paint. With this one, I am also adding some cashmere paint, so it's like a light brown paint, because I didn't want to cover the stuff underneath completely. I did want it coming through because I did like that coppery greenish effect. So you'll see what I mean. I also wind up adding, I have some gilding copper that I got at Michael's. This little bottle has, if you've watched my videos that I've been posting since March, I've used it quite a bit in my videos, and I still have lots left. So you'll see what I mean. And it's just like the bells, where I'm mixing the silver, so I'm adding cashmere, so silver, black, cashmere, blue, and I'm adding white as well to this one. So same idea, I'm just dabbing it on and mixing them as I go. So you can see here I I've applied the gilding copper, and what I did was I just put a little bit on a toothpick and I just put it in different spots, and then I'm just using a brush to blend everything in. And you can see from the side of the vase, I have some of the blue showing through. I have, it's, you know, black, silver, green, all sorts of colors are in there. And then I'm toning it down a little bit if I'm thinking that the gilding copper was too much. I tone it down, then I add a little bit more. And then again, it's whatever you kind of want it to look like. Once I got the look I wanted, I decided, and this took me a while, but I decided I wanted to make this a Christmas vase. So I have these window decals from the Dollartree, and I'm just adding farm fresh Christmas trees and the little red pickup truck, or the little red car. And I figured if I do want to make this into not a Christmas vase, I could just turn it around and put it against a wall, or I can always take that off and then repaint it. But I think I'm going to leave it, and then if I want to use it in the fall or something, I'll just turn it around or wrap it in burlap or something. So I'm using Mod Podge to attach these. I just first want to position them to where kind of I want them on the vase. I'm putting them kind of in the middle between the two handles, and I put Mod Podge underneath and over top. So you'll see how I style the vase. I'm just using artificial picks, but you can put fresh things in here if you wanted to. I would not put it straight into the milk can because it's metal and it'll probably leak. If you wanted to do that, you could put some, like a bag inside and then do it like that. Or you could just put like a gloss vase in there with your fresh greens and then put the whole vase in. And that'll prevent rusting and all of that stuff. So here it is finished. I am so happy with the way it turned out. I hope you really like it too. I can't tell you how happy I am with this vase. The paint is exactly what I wanted it to be. It gave me that little bit aged but freshened up. I love it. These picks I got from Michael's. If you watched, I did a video a little while back saying that I couldn't remember where I put these. I finally found them when I was looking for something else, as usual, and they were in the wrong bin, and I swear I looked in that bin. But anyway, here they are. They're from Michael's. I got them at like a 90% off thing last year after the holidays. So you can see the little copper coming through, the farm fresh Christmas trees, and by putting the Mod Podge over top, I kind of toned down the shininess too. So I love it. Let me know which one of these is your favorite. I actually can't pick. I really love all of them. So if you've watched my videos before, you know I loved decorating with tier trays, and I love doing the Christmas tier trays. Oftentimes, because I have 3 trays, I feel like I'm running out of items to put in them. So this year I decided I'm going to make a whole bunch of DIYs that I can use in my trays. And actually I will be posting a mega video next week likely of all of my tiered tray decor items, so that way you guys can get an idea. If you haven't decorated yet for whatever reason, maybe you decorate later, here's an idea. Or if you wanted just a centerpiece that you couldn't think of what to make, might give you some ideas. So what I'm starting with is this little sign from the Dollar Tree. It's that little homemade sign. I thought it was a cute sign, but it wasn't to my style, so I thought it would be perfect for a little mini Christmas tiered tray decor item. What I did first was I removed everything that was stuck on the tray, and then I realized that I could actually remove all of the cardboard little bits and pieces off, and this actually helped with making kind of a smooth surface for me to work on. So even though I added the paint first, I wound up going back and just ripping off those little bits of cardboard and glue, so that way I have a nice smooth finish. Once I have all of that off, and I have a smoother finish, I go back and I apply my Rust-Oleum chalked linen white paint to this little mini Dollar Tree sign. And I'm painting it white because to me the white is really nice for a Christmas theme and winter theme for my tier tray. Once I have the coverage that I wanted, I do several coats of this once it dries. I don't have it completely and perfectly covered because I am okay with a little bit of the black coming through. It gives it that rustic look that if you've watched my videos, I love the rustic look, so this gives me that little vibe. Then I attach this ornament. So this is the little wagon ornament that they had at the Dollar Tree, and I attached this to the middle of the sign. And then I'm going to add these mini Christmas trees to each side of the wagon, and I'm just using hot glue to attach these. And then I add some snowflakes and the word Merry. Everything is from the Dollar Tree, and I decide that it needs a little bit extra, so then I add a mini wreath, and I'm using a branch from the mini Christmas tree from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just curving it into a little wreath and attaching it, hot gluing it to the sign, and then I just go over top of everything with some acrylic paint, white acrylic paint, just to give it a little bit of a snow-covered look. Although this one had more supplies than I normally use in one project, I did have everything on hand, and if you're crafting for the holiday season, you'll likely have these things on hand because you would have bought them for various other projects. So it's fairly inexpensive to make, but it did use up more material. So if you had to buy each one, I guess it would be around $5 that you'd spend on this. But I think for $5, this cute little tier tray decor sign turned out beautiful. I love it. I think it's gorgeous. It's very winter-like, very Christmassy, and it'll look great on my tray. Thank you so much for watching so far. If you are brand new to my channel, thank you so much for coming by. On my channel, you can see all sorts of Dollar Tree DIYs, budget-friendly DIYs, thrift flips, trash to treasures, anything budget-friendly I do on this channel. And so it's DIY decorating on a budget basically, and you can check out my videos. I've done the 12 days of Christmas, so this is day 11 of the 12 days of Christmas, and I had a lot of fun doing it, made some beautiful pieces for my home. And if you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe. If this sounds like something you really like, make sure you subscribe, hit that notification bell so you can see every time I post one of my videos. And always leave me a comment and a big thumbs up if you like what you see. For my next DIY, this is another simple, inexpensive piece to make. I kind of went a different way than I thought I would go and wound up doing something similar like I did in one of my other videos, which I can post in this up here as well. But what I was going to originally do is I was going to make a mini cutting board, kind of like the ones from the Dollar Tree that you can buy, the plastic ones, but I feel like they're a little bit too big for my tiered tray, so I wanted to make a mini version of it using just some cardboard items and some leftover pieces of wood. So I went ahead and I cut everything out. I hot glued my little handle to the cutting board, and I just could not get it to be centered the way I wanted it to be. It was driving me absolutely crazy. I even used the cutting board to help me trace around it so that I could get the size and the shape that I wanted, but I just could not get it, and I wasn't happy with it, and I kept on cutting until it was too small, and then I gave up because it was taking a lot longer than it should. And really, when a craft is driving me crazy that much, I need to step away from it and not do it. I do like to show these things to you because I think it's important for you to see that even if we do this all the time, we still have that thought process and those fumbles where we're like, well, nope, this didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. So that way you don't get discouraged. There's lots of people who think that they can't craft or can't DIY or can't make anything, and they kind of get scared of it. And then if they think that, you know, even somebody who does it all the time doesn't make mistakes, then they might get discouraged. So this way, hopefully it encourages you to try it anyway. So as you can see, like, I go ahead and I create my little cutting board using my buffalo check. I decided on the red instead of the black and white. I wanted the black and red. And once I wrap it, I realize I still don't like the shape of it, and then I go ahead and cut everything off. I paint the handle a dark brown, almost black color. I stick on my little wooden gingerbread man, thinking that I'm going to be, like I said, happy with it, but I really wasn't. So then I cut everything off, and I decide I'm going to attach some popsicle sticks as a frame to this, and it'll just be a little sign. So I made an ornament with a sleigh kind of like this, but this will just be a sign. I'm not making it an ornament. So I'm just trying to measure out so that it's exactly the same distance from the top and bottom. Then I'll be cutting it off at the bottom to make sure I shape it. I'm hot gluing it down, and I'm making just kind of like a frame like that, and I'm letting the popsicle sticks hang over because I think it just makes it look a little bit nicer. And that's all there is to this one. So this turned out to be really simple and really inexpensive to make. I had the popsicle sticks on hand. This was a scrap piece of fabric left over. I was on some cardboard, and these stickers I've had from a different project. So very inexpensive to make, very simple, but I don't think it looks simple. It looks pretty nice, and it'll go great on that tiered tray. And I did use an X-Acto knife just to cut off the excess fabric and cardboard. I cleaned it up nice, and here's what it looks like all finished. Before I move on to my third DIY, I just wanted to quickly mention that I do have two channels actually, but on my home channel I display all of my DIYs that I make. So if you're ever interested in a home tour or a tablescape or anything like that, I display all of my items on my home channel, so that way you guys can see. And sometimes I'll do renovations on there too. This is a newer channel, so I haven't done a lot of videos on it, but I will be posting periodically. We'll have a set schedule for my DIY Vesna TV channel, but for my Vesna TV home, right now I'm not ready yet to make a set schedule, but I will at some point once I get going. I will always let you know on my Vesna TV channel when I'm posting a new video, and you can always subscribe and hit that notification bell so you can see when I do post one. The last DIY continues on with that buffalo check pattern, and it is a mini stocking. So when I saw this stocking, I thought it would be a perfect little addition to my tiered tray. So what I'm doing is I'm going to wrap it in the buffalo check pattern, which I got a fabric, which is a little roll that came from the Dollartree. And the stocking came from the Dollartree, as did the faux fur. So I'm just going to wrap the stocking around. I'm hot gluing it to the wood, and then I'm going to hot glue the faux fur on top and stain the bottom of the stocking, the little plank that it stands on, so that way it's a bit of a darker color. You don't have to stain it. I had the Annie Sloan dark wax, so that is what I used, but you absolutely do not have to use that. You could paint it brown, you could paint it white, you could do a faux stain. It's really up to you. Whenever I apply the wax, I always use either a brush or something like a cloth or a paper towel to just apply it, like basically wipe it on. And that way, if you get any excess, you can wipe it off right away, and that's all there is to it. And here's the mini stocking all finished. I think it turned out really cute. It was a very easy project to do. All you had to do was hot glue and wrap the fabric around the stocking, glue the fur, and give the bottom a little bit of a stain or paint, whatever you choose to do. But this took me all of maybe 5 minutes to do, and it just looks fabulous. So here they all are again. I think they're just lovely, and again, very easy to make, all Dollar Tree items, and they will look great on my Christmas tiered tray. Thank you so much for stopping by. Check out my other videos. I'll link some videos for you to look at the end here. Leave me a comment, tell me which one you like the best, and please subscribe if you haven't subscribed, and stay safe. I have this sign from the Dollar Tree. It was one of those harvest signs, and I didn't wind up using it. I thought I would use it for something for fall decorations, but I didn't wind up using it. So I am going to go ahead and create a Christmas sign from this one. And I also bought this window cling from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to be using it for my sign. So after I remove the tags and the little rope, I want to fill in these holes, and I'm just using some drywall compound, which I always use, like the drywall mud or whatever it's called, and I just use that to fill it in. It's mostly because I have this big bucket, and I find that it works pretty well. I think I saw someone else in a video do this, and I thought that was a really neat idea. So I've used some of these stickers already, and I can link some of those videos above. And all I'm doing is I'm using some Mod Podge, and I am applying it to the back of the little truck and to the front. And this will help me just glue it nicely, and it'll stick nice to the sign. And I'm also going to use some of the trees so it looks like the truck is kind of driving in a forest. So I do the same thing with the trees and with this little sign, and that's about it for the Mod Podge. And just make sure you apply it to the top and the bottom, like underneath and over top of the design, and measure it. You can still move it around the sign, like whatever you're Mod Podging, because it hasn't stuck yet. So if you need to correct it, do it right away. But apply the Mod Podge and then apply whatever else you want to apply there, and that's it for that part of it. And then you let that sit, and after it sits, then you do what you need to do next. So after the Mod Podge dries a little bit, it doesn't dry it all the way, but it's dried enough. I apply this antique white it's just an acrylic paint. It's like an off-white acrylic paint from the Dollar Tree. And I'm kind of just dry brushing it to the sides of the painting, just around it. I'm not dry brushing it too dry, but I'm not fully applying it. So it kind of gives an effect of kind of blowing snow is what I'm trying to go for. Once that fully dries, you can apply more Mod Podge if you'd like, or you don't have to, depending on where you're going to be keeping it. I'm not going to. It's going to be fun. I don't need to protect it. And here's what it looks like all completed. I'm creating a sign I found these big canvases at the Dollar Tree, which I've never seen that big before, so I bought a bunch. And I'm creating a sign using that canvas and this cardboard gift box that I also found at the Dollar Tree. I thought it was really cute. It was a pack of 3 gift boxes in here. I'm only using the top of one. So what I do is I cut off the edges of the box. I use my X-Acto knife at first, but then I wound up using scissors because it's a little bit easier and I can do a better cut with them. And then I wind up wetting the sides of the box and then just like making little tears in it, so that way it gives me kind of a rough, unfinished edge around the box. Now when you're wetting this, you want to make sure that you're not soaking it. So what I'm doing is I put a little bit of water into a cup, and I took a paper towel and I'm just wetting the edges, and I'm doing it on the back because the back has the unsmooth cardboard, and I wet it enough just so I can kind of make little tears like so, and then I do that all around the box, and it gives me that perfect edge that I'm looking for. I did say that these were really simple projects to do, and they are. Once you've wet this and ripped little pieces off the edge to give it an unsmooth edge, you then just Mod Podge it onto the canvas. Now I am Mod Podging it onto the back of the canvas because this gives me the opportunity to make a double-sided sign. So again, this is all a part of my budget friendliness. I want to make sure that I can get the full use of things, and this way I can use the other side of the canvas in the future for a different project, and I can have 2 pieces of decor. It saves on room and saves on money. So I'm applying the Mod Podge to the back. Now make sure you liberally apply it everywhere around the picture. What I did was I just did it around the edges, and I should have originally done it all like over top of the whole painting or whole box, but then I go back and I put it underneath. But this will help with some of the wrinkling, but I think the wrinkling gives it a little bit of that aged look, but I didn't want quite that much wrinkling. And then once you get it on, you go all the way around and over top of the picture. Now this one you do want to protect because you want to make sure that it's sticking to the canvas, so you want to put Mod Podge all over it. Now once this dried and I got it exactly the way I wanted it to be, I do a similar effect like I did with the other DIY, with the other sign, except for this one I'm just using the pure white acrylic paint from the Dollar Tree, and I am again kind of dry brushing it around the edges on the canvas as well. I'm getting a little bit on top of the picture itself, and it's just to kind of make it look like it's seamless, like it's kind of on there and it was supposed to be on there. You'll see what I mean once I get going and finish it, but to me it just gave that finished look. I then left it to dry for 24 hours. This gave the Mod Podge enough time to cure as well as the paint to set in, and it just turned out really, really beautifully. Here is the finished sign, and I just love it. And it cost me, well, $2, but really less because I got 3 boxes in one package. So really easy, 2 really easy signs to make. Here they are again. Thank you so much for stopping by my channel and for taking the time to watch these videos. Please leave me a comment. Tell me which one you like better. Thank you again for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed video 10 out of my 12 days of Christmas. So 2 more to go. You made it this far. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody watching. If you haven't had a chance to subscribe, please do consider subscribing. And hit that notification bell so you can get a pop-up every time. So the first DIY that I'm doing is a snowman, obviously, and I'm using these snow globes from the Dollar Tree. I'm using 2 of them. I'm taking off the lids and all of that stuff, and I'm putting it off to the side. I won't be using it for this craft, but I might be able to use it for something else. And I am painting the inside of the snowman with a mixture of Rust-Oleum chalk paint and water. And the reason I'm using this is because I had already made that mixture, and I just wanted to see if I watered it down whether it would be a better fit or not. I do wind up doing several coats of this, so maybe if you just use straight paint you wouldn't have to do so many coats, but I was also just sometimes the straight Rust-Oleum paint is quite thick, so I wanted it to be a little bit more runny so it's not, I don't know, I thought it might glob too much. So, but the main reason I used this was because I had it on hand. You could go with acrylic as well, but the chalk paint worked really well. The watered down chalk paint worked well. So I wound up trying the acrylic paint, but I thought that the chalk paint worked better. They both worked okay, but I like to work with chalk paint better. So after 2 or 3 coats, depending on your paint, this is what they look like. Then I'm going to connect them together. I'm going to use a combination of Weld Bond and hot glue. So that way I can make sure that it's a permanent hold and the snowman doesn't fall apart. So I'm just going to put this one over top of the other one and just hold them tight for a little bit. The reason I'm using the combination is because the hot glue will give me that immediate hold and the Weld Bond will give the permanent hold. So I'm just going to pop the hot glue over here. I wind up having to kind of adjust it a little bit because I didn't take into consideration the curve of the globe. So you just want to hold this for, 10-15 seconds, and that'll give you that hold from the hot glue, so that way you can do your work. I'm not concerned about the glue showing on the sides or anything like that, because I'm going to be putting a scarf over that, so I don't have to worry about it. But while that sets, I'm going to be making the snowman's hat. For the hat, I'm going to be using this leftover ribbon roll. So there was that faux fur from the Dollar Tree, and it came on just a little bit of a higher ribbon roll, and I'm just going to be painting it black because it was the perfect shape for his top hat. And I'm just using acrylic, black acrylic paint from the Dollar Tree. Once you cover this completely, then you can set it off to dry. I did not worry too much about covering the bottom part of it completely, because it's going on the snowman anyway. I just had to do one coat. By the time I went over the whole thing, the top part there that I had to go over dried up a bit, so I just put a little bit of black paint over top, and that's it. So while that dries, I'm going to attach the scarf and draw on his nose and his eyes. For his scarf, I'm using Dollar Tree ribbon. I just hot glue the scarf around his neck, and then I make a bow that I hot glue together. I made little loops, and then I hot glue them together to make a bow for his scarf. For his eyes, I'm just using acrylic paint, and for his nose, I'm just cutting out a triangle shape from my foam, orange foam, and I'm just hot gluing it on. I also use the black paint for his buttons. You could do anything you wanted. I just thought freehand drawing it would be just as good as hot gluing something. Now for the bottom of the snowman, I'm just gluing on a piece of cardboard, and then I'm going to be making kind of snow around the snowman. For the snow, I'm just using like the fake spider webs from Halloween. I was going to use hot glue to attach the spider webs to the cardboard, but then I wound up using Mod Podge because it worked a bit better. Unfortunately, I don't have the best view of me doing this, but I wind up attaching some of the ribbon around the top hat. As well, I attach a little green pick. You can see it in the picture there. As well as some pine cones, like the miniature pine cones, to the top of his hat, just for extra added decor. Before I hot glue the hat to his head, I just position it, making sure that I'm putting it in the right spot where I want it. And then I hot glue it, just so that I'm not hot gluing it the wrong way. So that is it for this DIY. I think it turned out really cute. He is adorable. Other than drying time, this was a really quick and easy DIY to make, and like I said, very inexpensive. If you have not been to my channel before, welcome and thank you so much for stopping by. If you're returning, thank you for coming back. On my channel, you can see all sorts of budget-friendly DIYs, whether they're Dollartree, Trash to Treasures, or thrift flips. I try to do everything on a budget, and I think that they turn out really nice, and I kind of show you how you can get a higher-end, more expensive look for less money. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell twice so that way you can see when I post new videos. Now on to the second DIY. So for my second DIY, I'm just using this Dollartree brush and I'm going to be creating it into a snowman. So what you need for this craft is the brush, and black paint, acrylic paint, white acrylic paint, and some orange acrylic paint, and something for the bottom of his hat. You could use paint or you could use fabric. So with the black acrylic paint, I'm just painting the top of the brush, and with the white, I'm painting the gold part. And as well, I wasn't going to do it originally, but then I wind up doing it. I paint the brush part, but just like slightly brush over it with the white. Now I had to do several coats of the white on the gold. Maybe if you use chalk paint, it might have been a bit better, but I just used the acrylic, which is okay. So I did about 3 coats. The black, I only had to do the 1 coat. I didn't paint the back of the snowman. You can if you want to. I just painted it enough so that if I'm having it against a wall or if I'm having it hang up on the wall, you can't see the color of the brush. You just see the black and the white. So for his hat, I couldn't decide if I wanted to do a hat or just like put this at the base of his hat. So what I decided to do was, I decided that I would draw on the face and then, or paint on the face, and then decide how I wanted the hat with the little fabric for his hat. So for his nose, I'm freehand drawing an orange pumpkin using this pure pumpkin acrylic paint and just this thin brush. So I'm going to draw the nose like you would draw a carrot nose, and then I'm going to use the black acrylic paint for his eyes and buttons. If you wanted to, you could also glue on little googly eyes and if you have the foam dots, the glue-on dots, like the stick-on dots, you could do that as well. When I draw on the face, I decide how I want to do the hat, and also that I need a little bit of white on the bottom part of the snowman. So I go ahead and do that, except I didn't notice that I put the white on top of the black. So I'm just using a baby wipe to wipe off my brush and then just to paint on the white there. And once that is done, like I said, I decide that I'm going to use the black part as his hat, and then just do this little bit of red as the bottom part of his hat, the base of his hat. So I wind up cutting it to size and gluing it, and then you'll see that I'm just fixing up some of the black and I'm making it a little bit lower so that way I can just use a little bit of the fabric as the base of his hat. And I use hot glue to glue that on, and I leave it a little bit longer so I can wrap it around the edges a bit. So here is the finished snowman. I think he's really cute. I really like him. And the great thing about this being a brush, you can hang him up if you want on that little hole, or you could tie a little bow if you don't want to hang it up, but I thought I'd leave it open because I'm not sure where I'm going to put him yet. Another really easy, really inexpensive, and very cute DIY or craft, whatever you want to call it. So for my third DIY, this was more of a trash to treasure, I guess, rather than a Dollartree. I use these, let's say maybe 4x4s. These fence posts that were left over from a backyard project that my husband was doing, and I told him that he had to leave me these pieces. So they were actually two bigger pieces, two thicker pieces, and then one thinner piece. And I just had him, that one was a longer piece, and I had him cut that piece not quite in half because I'm making a snowman family, so I wanted two adults and two kids, and one kid was bigger than the other to represent my family, which I thought was really cute. So I'm keeping them outside. They are pressure treated, so they'll be able to withhold the winter. The paint might not stay on, but that's okay. That'll make them look more rustic. So I'm painting them white using Rust-Oleum chalked linen white. If you really wanted the paint to last, you could just put some sort of sealant over top of them, which I might wind up doing, but I just haven't done it yet. So I'm painting the sides. I'm not painting the back white, just the sides, because of where I'm positioning them on my porch. You won't see the back. So I'm making sure that the sides and the front are really nicely covered. And I did the tops as well because I wasn't sure if I was going to paint on a hat or if I was going to put on a hat. I kind of sometimes do things. I have kind of a vision in my head of what I want it to look like, but then I wind up, kind of have an idea of what few things I would use, and then once it comes to life, once the project is mostly done, then I sometimes decide, okay, I don't want to go with that, I want to go with that, but I always want to leave my options open. So I was contemplating whether I was going to paint on a hat or whether I was going to put a hat on. Once that was nice and dry, I was thinking about what I was going to use for the nose. So I decided not to draw it on, but to use some sticks. And these are just sticks from my garden that actually they were from my garden gnome if you watch that video. So I just snipped them off, and that's what I'm going to be using for the nose. But before I do that, I'm just drawing on some eyes, and I'm just using a Sharpie. I was going to paint it, but I thought, Sharpie will do just fine. And then I'm going to drill the holes for these sticks and just stick them right in, because I worried that if I used hot glue or something like that, it might, with the cold weather and all the rain and the snow and all that stuff that we get, they would fall off. So I'm going to just drill a hole big enough so I can shove them in there nice and tight. And although you can't see it, I put the hat on just to see how low I wanted to make the eyes. And I wanted to have the eyes drawn on so that I would know where to put the nose. So if you're doing that, just kind of, if you don't want to do if you're going to paint and you want for speed, you just, you want to, or you're going to glue these sticks in there or whatever, then you might want to draw on your eyes with a pencil and then paint over them after. But this way you don't have to worry about not putting them in the right position. And then same for the mouth. I'm just going to draw little circles to do the mouth. And again, very easy DIY. So I do this for all of them. I put the hat on, draw my eyes on. For the mummy, I added some eyelashes just to have it differentiate since I don't have a pink hat. And the hats that I'm using are just hats that are too small for us. Apparently my head grew from when I was in my 20s. So now that hat no longer fits me. So I'm using it for this little snowman. I do wind up trimming some of the sticks down just so that the nose isn't too long. You do that however you think will be best for you. The drill was giving me a bit of a hard time because the battery was low, so I wind up having to wait to charge it, and then I do it again. Once I have all the sticks in there and the hats on, I trim the sticks down to the right size, and my snowmen are done. So here is the finished family. I love them. They are so cute. They look awesome. They were just the thing that was missing on my porch. And again, this was free to make because everything I had was everything I had on hand. So this is our snowman family. It represents my family. I really like them. I hope you like them too. And I really hope you liked all of the DIYs. So here they are again. I didn't show these little snow globes before. They are the Dollar Tree snow globes, but unfortunately the footage that I had for them disappeared. So I'm just showing you the finished product of what you could do with those Dollar Tree snow globes. And here's the brush. Again, all of these were very inexpensive or free to make, and they didn't take a long time other than the paint drying time. So make sure. Hi guys, for today's video I am making a tomato cage gnome for Christmas. So what you'll need for this gnome is a tomato cage, some greenery, some shears, and cable ties, and then some sort of mittens. You can do wood like I'm doing here, and that's pressure treated wood, or you can do just cloth mittens. It's up to you, or you can cut them out of if you have one of those Dollar Tree gift bags that are red or checkered, you can make them out of those as well. It's up to you. So but what I'm using is this holiday red from the Dollar Tree. And I'm just going to be painting my mittens. Now my husband was kind enough to cut out 2 mittens for me, and I just drew the shape of a mitten on them, and basically I used my hand for the size and then just kind of made it a little bit better shaped. But you could do anything, and this was just a scrap piece of pressure treated wood that we had, like a fence board, that I used, and that's it. And once you paint these the color you want them, I wanted them red, so I'm using red, but you could do anything that you want. So this may be obvious to you, but in case it's not, sometimes I make mistakes like this. You want to paint this first so that way it dries, in case you're on a time crunch. I'm always on a time crunch. You paint it first so that way it dries and it's nice and ready to go by the time you finish your gnome. Now you may have seen my planter video earlier last week, and that one I went ahead and I bought a whole bunch of greenery. So I was trying to save money on this one, and I just got greenery out of my backyard. But you would probably have nicer stuff if you purchase just a bundle, like maybe 2 bundles. I think they come, at least here, they come in 3-pound bundles. So if you purchase like 6 pounds, that would be more than enough to do this. It would definitely be more than enough. So but because I didn't want to spend the money, I just used it out of my garden. I have a bush that kind of hangs too low, so I just chopped it out from there. And I had an old tomato cage that I used this summer, and because this will just be a winter thing that I have out, I can still use this next summer if I wanted to. So that's all I'm doing there, is using that. And what you want to do is you want to connect the top of the part of the tomato cage that goes into the ground. You want to connect it together. I'm using zip ties. You could use rope. I wouldn't use floral wire because that can kind of stretch sometimes unless you use quite a bit. So I'm just using zip ties because I feel like they're the strongest. I apparently have a hard time with zip ties and putting them on the right way, so I happen to cut this one, so you'll see it kind of flick off at one point. But then what you want to do is, if you have nice even bundles, you want to bundle a few of them together, and then cut them to the length that you of your tomato cage. You can make it a little bit lower, like it doesn't have to, they don't have to start right at the top if there's greenery all the way to the bottom. But what I did is I started it at the top, but you can see where the greenery starts, so that'll be perfect, because you want your hat to be just, you know, at the top there, a little bit like below, so you want to have some greenery in there. It also hold the hat in place. So again, I'm using zip ties to tie some bundles, and you'll see that I changed my mind after, just because my bundles are not even, so it just works better not to have such huge bundles. And if you do what I'm doing from the garden, then just try to get some even bundles together and cut off any, you know, bare pieces, but still save them, because you might want to fill everything in, which is what I did, and then just use some fillers at the end, but you'll see what I mean. So then what I'm taking is taking the bundles, and I'm just attaching them to, at different points, to the tomato cage, just taking one or two branches and just attaching them, one at the top and one a little bit lower, just so that it stays nice and put. You don't want to do it at the bottom, because you want the, like, his beard part to kind of flow down, so you don't want to worry about moving it, like tying it out at the bottom. So then you just kind of do this until you fill him up, and you just go all around. So what I'm also doing is, if there's branches that are sticking out too much, like, because like I told you, they're not even, then you just want to cut it down, and you can attach it again. Like if it's poking out too much because it's twisted, or that's how it was growing, so you just cut it off and you put it in. Basically, you want the tomato cage hidden. Now if this was going against a wall, like right at the back of the wall, you don't even have to bother with doing the back. Like I would just do all the way to the sides, and then just leave that back part. You don't need to waste greenery on that if no one's going to see it, and it's just going to be hanging back. Mine is sitting on my front porch. I wasn't sure where I was going to put it, but the way my front porch is, you can kind of see from the sides and everywhere, so it wasn't going against a wall. I knew that for sure, but I wasn't sure if I was going to put against something, so I just did the whole back. And again, because I had these for my garden, it wasn't a big deal. But if you're trying to save on money and you know it's going against a wall, you don't need to do that. So I just want to give you guys kind of like a close-up of how I put these zip ties, just so you know, like, what I did. And then now with these ones, like just the fillers, the parts where I'm filling in, I'm just attaching them right to the branches. And this way, they're a little bit squished at the top, but it's not really a big deal because at the bottom they're flowing out. And just tighten them as much as you can because things do move around a little bit, so you want to make sure that they're tight so they don't fall out. And keep on adding until you fill everything in. That's why I said if you're cutting off little bits of the branches, make sure you keep them because they'll be great for filling in. And again, don't worry too much about having the top filled in as much as you want the bottom to be filled in, because that's what you're going to be able to see depending on where your hat sits. So then I just flipped it over to see where else I needed to fill in at the bottom. It was just a little bit easier than to have it be standing up. So I see here that there's kind of like a bald spot, so I am just getting some of the branches in here, and I noticed that some of them are really low, going kind of past the tomato cage part a little bit too much, so it will make the cage uneven. So I'm trimming that off as well and just adding everything into that bald spot there. I wound up just having to steal one branch from my planters, and it was kind of sticking out, didn't fit there anyway, but I was short just one little branch, so I added that in there as well. And again, I'm just tightening them one together to the other. Now I'm doing these a little bit loosely because I am doing it at the bottom, so I don't want them to be too smushed to the cage. So I'm just doing it nice and loose, and only by one branch, so I'm not having them, like I said, be too stuck to the bottom. So once you have everything filled in how you want it to be filled in, you know, so you don't have any bald spots, then you just want to go ahead and attach your mittens. Now, you saw from the mittens that I painted that I had drilled a hole through them, and that there was a hole drilled through them. You didn't see me drill the hole. And that was so that I could put the zip tie through, or rope, or whatever you choose to use. So then you can attach the mittens easily. If you're doing cloth mittens, then you could use floral wire as well. Before I put the mittens on, I want to put this hat on. It's just a dollar store hat. Now it was flipped at, like it had like a double fold, and I undid the fold so that it would be a little bit longer. And I contemplated making a hat myself, but I just decided to use this one. There are longer versions of this hat at the dollar store, so if you are wanting like a nice long hat for your gnome, you can always pick those up. This was just $1.25 that I had bought a few years ago, and I had it, so I thought, why not use it? Like I said, I wanted to make this as inexpensive as possible. So just make sure you cut some. What I'm doing here is I'm cutting the branches up top because they are a little bit too high and I can't quite pull the hat on top. So, and make sure when you're pulling this hat down that you're pretty careful, because those branches are sharp and you don't want them to cut through your hat, because they will. So get your hat as low as you want it. I wanted it kind of as much as it would go, so with a little bit hanging off. So that's what I'm doing there. And again, I realized that I didn't cut some zip ties, so make sure you don't forget to do that, because then you can see them and it's not as nice. So he is with his hat on, and then I'm going to use a sweet potato as his nose. Now, funny story about this sweet potato, because when I was getting the dirt out of my planters, and I just did that from the summer, I was using it for these winter planters. As I was digging, I found a whole bunch of sweet potatoes, because I was using sweet potato vines as a part of my decor in the summer planter. These potatoes grew, and I mean, it's quite a big potato. So I was quite impressed. But anyway, I poked a hole through the potato and attached it with a zip tie once again. And then I'm doing the same thing with the mittens. So you'll see that I actually put them on the wrong side. So it didn't look right. So just make sure you're aware of that too, that you're doing, you know, left mitten on the left side and right mitten on the right side. So once I get them to the right side, I attach them with the zip tie at the height that you wanted. Some people do it lower, some people do it higher. I kind of did it in the middle a bit. So if you haven't been to my channel, in my channel I do a lot of DIYs, trash to treasures, Dollartree DIYs, and thrift flips. I try to do a lot of home decor on a budget. My style is kind of farmhousey, rustic, and things like that. Christmas, I stick to farmhouse, but I kind of veer out because I like to decorate and use things that my kids will enjoy as well. So if that's the kind of stuff you like, make sure you subscribe, hit that notification bell to see more videos, and leave me a comment. Let me know, what do you think of this gnome. Here he is all finished. I'm not sure if I'm the happiest with the potato as his nose. I'm thinking I might put a Christmas ball ornament as his nose, but right now I really like the way he looks. He kind of looks like a grandpa gnome, or a grandma gnome. So I got this planter at one of our thrift stores a while back. It looks like it has been painted. From what I can tell from the bottom, it looks like it was like a gold one, kind of like a brass planter. So I'm going to be kind of repurposing it for a Christmas type of planter. So what I'm doing is I'm going over top of it with some country gray, and that's what's going to be on the top and the bottom. And then in the middle, I'm going to be using a black paint. Now, the country gray that I'm using is the chalked Rust-Oleum country gray. You don't have to use this gray. You could use any kind of gray that you have, even if you have acrylic paint that you want to use up. You could use that too. You could use chalked paint, any kind of paint really. that you have on hand. For the black paint, that's exactly what I did. I just used paint that I had on hand. Now, mind you, I think this paint was a little bit too old, so it gave me some trouble. You'll see a little bit later on, so make sure your paint's not old. So what I did was I used the grooves in the pot itself to guide me as to how far I wanted the gray and how far I wanted the black. You could use some painter's tape if you wanted to be really even, but what I wanted to do was galvanize it after, so I was okay if some of the black went over top of the gray. Now for the galvanizing, I'm not going to do a whole big tutorial because I've done those before, so I'll just link the videos up to the top here. But what I'm doing for the galvanizing is I'm taking blue, white, silver, and black, and I'm just dabbing on with this little dabber a little bit of that, like a little bit of each color, until I achieve the look that I'm going for. And this takes several times of going around, waiting for it to dry, and then going back over it. I do advise that you wait for it to dry because sometimes you think that you're going to have to do another coat, but after it dries, you like the way it's dried, so save yourself some extra steps. But the key is to dab it on with something like this little dabber from the Dollar Tree, because if you try to brush it on or anything like that, it's not going to give you that galvanized look. At least that's what I found. So once I achieved the look that I was going for, I went ahead and I used my Cricut. I found a free SVG, and I'll link it to the description below, of a pickup truck design with a Christmas tree. So I printed that off. It did have Farm Fresh on it as well, and this is where that old paint became a problem. So I'll show you what I mean in a second. And quickly before I move on, my name is Vesna, and if you haven't been to my channel before, welcome. And if you're coming back, welcome back. On my channel, you can expect Dollar Tree DIYs, thrift flips, furniture painting, all of that kind of stuff. Everything I do, I try to do on a budget. So if that's the kind of stuff you like and you have not subscribed, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell so you can see new videos. I try to do 2 videos a week. That's my goal. I'm still trying to figure out working full time, having 2 little kids, and doing YouTube because I'm fairly newish to YouTube. So I have not set a schedule yet, but I will in the new year for sure. Whenever I do Cricut stencils, I like to use vinyl, especially when it's like a curved project like a piece like this. So what I'm using is this stenciling vinyl from Amazon. It actually turned out to be cheaper than the shelf liner at the Dollar Tree. And the only reason I looked on Amazon was because Dollar Tree didn't have any of the clear shelf liner, and I've had a really hard time using the other ones as a stencil because I feel like they're not as stretchy as the clear one. So I'm just going to apply it here, and I always use clear shelf liner then to as my transfer paper. And again, since they didn't have it at the Dollar Tree, I bought some on Amazon, which I think wound up being cheaper just because I bought such a big roll. And when I apply that on there, then I go ahead and I use my chalked linen white paint to dab on the parts that I want stenciled in. So what had happened was that my paint, it's not that the vinyl peeled it off, but my paint got actually like taken off, like it's not like little bits, but it kind of like peeled off like in one piece. So I think it's because the paint's really old. So anyway, maybe don't use an old paint. So I just wound up fixing everything with some acrylic paint. But again, so you're just dabbing on, and the reason I'm using these dabbers is because they bleed less than if you were to use a brush or anything like that. And this way you're just kind of pushing it in, and your design will kind of stay perfect. Now you want to make sure you let your paint on the stencil dry before you remove it, because if you remove it too soon, you risk the paint kind of bleeding again or smudging or anything like that. So you just want to have some patience and let it dry thoroughly before you remove that stencil. Now, another trick that I use when I am using the transfer paper, because it's quite strong, I always just kind of put it on my shirt a little bit and then stick it off so that it's not so sticky. It's just like a little trick that I learned. So here is me fixing up, because what happened was when I peeled off the vinyl, it took the black paint off together with the white paint, so I painted over what was left, and I'm just going to freehand farm fresh trees, but apparently I wanted to write 2 farms, so then I wound up fixing it. And I'm just using a paint marker to do this. And finally, once I got the writing to look exactly the way I wanted, it took a few tries. I had to fix that R that I tried to make an A. I let it dry, and then on the top, I wanted it to kind of have like a little bit of a bronze effect coming through. So at the top, I just went over it with some copper gilding wax that I got from Michael's. It's just a small little bottle. You don't need this. You could use, so I started off with these 2 colors, but it wasn't giving me that shiny look. But if you have, because you can buy like a copper acrylic paint, I've seen them, like it's a metallic acrylic paint, that would work too. I just didn't have any on hand. So after I put the combination of these 2 browns, it's the cashmere and espresso, I wound up using the gilding wax on here, and that worked really well. Now that little bottle, it was kind of pricey, but I think I got it at 50 or 40% off at Michael's, and I've had it for years. And I've used it on so many different projects because you don't need a lot, you just need very, very tiny bits. The reason I chose the 2 acrylic paints weren't working was because they weren't metallic enough, and I wanted it to be more metallic, so that's why I wound up using this gilding copper. But like I said, if you find that silver metallic copper paint, it should work just as well as this. Maybe you'll need more of it than I did for this one, but it should work. And then after I applied it, I also just took a wet paper towel and I just wiped off the edges, just to kind of blend it in. Normally I use a wipe. I just didn't have any wipes down here, and I wanted to have it done. I didn't want to go upstairs to my son's room to get some because he was sleeping. So once this dried and I was happy with the amount of brown that it had, I am going to style this pot because I want it to be kind of like a tabletop Christmas tree holder. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fill the inside with some different rags, just so that they hold the tree in place. Now you could also use some floral foam if you had some on hand, and that would also hold the tree in place. I'm just going to shove this tree in between them, and I put some burlap at the top, and I'm really excited about this tree. I think it turned out so cute. I haven't decided what decor I'll put on it right now, but what will happen is on Christmas Day, my boys are really into Hot Wheels, so Santa will bring them a tree full of Hot Wheels. So I'll just buy some Hot Wheel cars and just hook them on the tree as ornaments. They'll be really happy with that, and that'll make me very happy too. So here it is, like I said, all finished. I think it turned out really cute. I love the farm fresh trees, the little pickup truck. I love how the galvanized turned out. And I think this pot cost me $2.50. I bought it a few years ago, and it's just been sitting there, and I didn't know what I wanted to do with it. So I finally decided that this was a great project. And I mean, I could always turn it around and have the other side be something else if I wanted to use it for a different season for something else, or I could put, a piece of burlap over top just for the summer or fall if I didn't want the pickup truck showing. So I love it. So the first Dollar Tree sign is this merry and bright wooden sign that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I mean, plain on its own is pretty nice, but I wanted to kind of make it stand out a bit more. So what I'm going to start off with doing is painting it in the Holiday Red acrylic paint, which I also got at the Dollar Tree. And I only need to do one coat of this. It's fairly easy to do, so I'm just going to paint it in that Holiday Red and let it dry off. Don't mind my mat. I do a lot of painting on this mat. I'm trying not to damage my table so much, so I've cleaned it off. So I'm going to be using this mat. I will eventually either paint the mat or try to steam off the paint. We'll see. To make sure the sign looks completely painted, you want to make sure that you're going in between the letters as well, so you're getting the grooves, otherwise the brown will show. So once you've got the paint covered to your liking, then what you're going to do is find a piece of cardboard. I'm using the lid of a pizza box, and you could use the white part, but I wanted it to kind of look a little bit rustic, so I'm using the brown part. And I'm not going to cut off the edges until I'm done painting, and I'm simply doing this just so that way I don't have to be careful on the edges of getting it on my mat or on my table. And you're going to basically kind of dry brush this on. You don't want to cake on too much paint. Some spots you can, but you want to kind of do a light coat of this so the brown shows through and gives that rustic feel. So once that's painted, what you want to do is use little pieces of wood. You could use the garden picks if you got them from the Dollar Tree. I ran out, so I had these two long paint sticks from Lowe's, which I'm using. They were left over from when we painted our house. We got one of those huge cans, so we got a few of these. So I'm going to use these as my frame. You could really use any kind of wood. You could even use the Jenga blocks, like the tumbling tower blocks for this. And so I'm just measuring out how big I want them to be, and I am just making them slightly bigger than my box. If you're using the garden picks, you could probably cut them with scissors. These are a little bit thicker, so I'm just using my little saw here to cut them off, and then I'm going to just use some leftover sandpaper just to sand off the edges so that they're smooth. Once I've sanded them down, I'm just using my Annie Sloan soft wax and then I'm using the dark wax to start, just to go over them and stain them a little bit. I always use it, well, sometimes I use a brush. This time I'm using a rag. You can use either or. I like the rag because you can rub it on and then rub off the excess, so it just soaks in however much you want. So I make sure I get all the edges and everything around. And with the wax, it's important to let it dry a little bit in between coats if you want to add a second coat. So that way you're not rubbing off everything. So just to let the wood soak it in a bit. So once you let the sticks set a little bit, then you can go ahead and cut off your the edges around your box to make it the size that you want it. You might have already done this step, so this is what I did. I did it after. And then you're going to hot glue the sticks as your border, but I'm only doing the top and bottom. So before I actually glue them on, I take my rag that's already got a little bit of wax on it and just rub it over top of the pizza box, the painted pizza box, because I'm wanting a little bit of the antiquing to show through. And then when I put my sticks, I notice that they're a little bit lighter than I want them to be, so I just go back and I add the Annie Sloan black wax. You could achieve this color using a mixture of paints if you don't have the wax. So after I got the look that I wanted for my wax, I'm just putting a healthy amount of hot glue onto these sticks and just gluing them right onto the box. The only thing you have to watch out for, sometimes the box warps a little bit, so you may put something on the back. If it's warping too much, you could do like just one of these stir sticks diagonally, or what I did just to get the Mary to stick is I put something heavy on top, you'll see at the end of the video, and that also helped with keeping the box from warping too much and having it stick nicely. So for the Mary, I used, I was going to use some hot glue, but then I decided I just wanted the weld bond. Because the hot glue can kind of be a little bit bumpy and make it stand up a little bit more, I thought this would be a better option for the box. You might be able to make hot glue work too, but I'm using weld bond, and you could do Gorilla Glue, whichever glue you have on hand. And what you want to do is you want to kind of move it to the center of the picture that you have, or if you want it slightly up or slightly down, it's up to you. I've got mine in the center and a little bit higher, and that's it. Then I put a bottle of like a kilogram of Epsom salts on top just to have it make sure that it has the Mary stick to the cardboard box, and I left it for a couple of hours. And after several hours, here's what it looks like. I love it. I am using this Let It Snow sign, and I am painting it out in the chalked linen white paint from Rust-Oleum. And again, I only need one coat of it because it's chalk paint and it does a really good job of covering. And I just paint it out and I let it dry. This one I didn't worry too much about covering the in between because I liked a little bit of the brown showing through. It took me a long time to decide what exactly I wanted to do with this sign. I didn't want to make it this, originally I was going to make it the same thing as the other one, but then I thought, why not make it a little bit different? So I have these little wood slices. I believe I got them at the Dollar Tree, and I am just making a hole through them with my drill so that I can put some wooden dowels into them. Now, they may not be from the Dollar Tree. I have some that were from a tree that my neighbors chopped down and some that were from the Dollar Tree. I think these ones are the thicker ones, so they are from the tree. So I'm just making holes in them, and then I'm taking these wooden dowels and I'm just pushing them in. Originally, I thought I was going to use the whole dowel, but then I decided to just cut it in half, and I just do this using my wire cutters. I just measure 6 inches so that way they're the same length, but I'll have to snip them down a little bit more because one hole was deeper than the other. So then I just sand down the edge of the one that I had to snip the top of, and the other one I didn't have to do that because I just used the uneven end to put it into the piece of wood. And I will be hot gluing and wood gluing these, so that way I can make sure that it's a nice strong hold. And the reason for the hot glue is so that it makes it stick immediately, and then that wood glue gives it that permanent hold. I just didn't have time to wait for that wood glue to cure because, like I said, it took me a long time to decide what I was going to do with this sign, how I was going to do it, and I like to change my mind at the last minute all the time, so that is the reason for the hot glue, and thank goodness for hot glue. So I love my dark wax, so I'm going to be using that dark wax just to stain the wood slices a little bit. I'm not always a fan of, sometimes I am, but I'm not usually a fan of the really light wood. So I'm staining the slices and the wooden dowels. And again, I'm just using a cloth to do this, nothing too fancy. So once I've got them stained with the wax, I'm trying to position to see how I'm going to put the Let It Snow. But before I do that, I decide I want to add a little bit of snow to the bottom of these wood slices. So I have this fur that I also got at the dollar store, and I'm just going to hot glue little bits of it so it looks like fluffy snow. So normally I would cut this part out, but I wanted to show you in case you do make the sign, you're like, what is this? So the paint kind of dripped to the back of here, and then it just comes off with your finger or like scissors or a little knife. These little things that are sticking, like little pieces of paint that are sticking out of the, like from the letters. And I also wanted this little snowflake to stand out, so I'm using a mixture of the silver, metallic silver, and blue, and then I add a little bit more blue and just go over top of it so that it gives it that like little bluish silver snowflake look. And I'm doing like a light coat so the white still shows a little bit through the snowflake. I feel like I'm talking through this video a lot, but I just wanted to show you my steps here. So then I go ahead and I hot glue little bits of the snow on to the wood slices. I'm not covering the entire slice, just a little bit here and a little bit there. And I do this on both slices. And then I decide that I also want some trees there. But before I do that, I want to glue on my sign. Now this is where I fumbled a little bit, just because the wood slice is higher on one end, so it wasn't sticking properly. And then I wound up moving it to the edge of my table and having the wood slices hang down. And then I glued it that way. And again, I used a combination of wood glue and hot glue, and then I let that sit for a few minutes, maybe like 5 minutes, so that the hot glue would set. Then I put in on a little bit more hot glue just to make sure that it was holding it right now, because I couldn't clamp it down or anything like that. So that's what you see me doing here. So once that's set for a little bit, I just go ahead and I put these Christmas trees. They're the miniature Christmas trees from the Dollar Tree, and I just glued them to the one side, to the one slice, and then I put berries on the other slice. And that brings this project to a close. Again, another easy project to do, very inexpensive. You only need the sign, some wood slices, and little embellishments, and it turned out really great. I'm very, very happy with it. So for me, these projects cost me under $3, but really it's more like $2 because I had the Christmas trees and the berries on hand and I didn't use a full package of them. So here they both are again. I really love both of them, and they'll make great additions to my home decor. I still need to finish recording my basement tour, and once I do that, I will post it on my home channel. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope it inspired you to make something. Hi guys, welcome to Vesna TV. For today's video, I'm bringing to you 8 different Dollar Tree ornaments that you can easily do on a budget. For the first ornament, you're going to need a pine cone, some green acrylic paint, as well as either a cork from a wine bottle or one of these little birch stumps that you can get at the Dollar Tree as well. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to paint this pine cone, but I didn't have the deep forest green, so I'm just mixing a little bit of black acrylic paint with that leaf green to give me a little bit of a darker green that I'm looking for. And then I'm going to paint this pine cone. And again, all these things you can easily find at the Dollar Tree, and they come in bigger packages, so you'll be spending about $2 on this DIY, but you will get more than one DIY out of it. So for about $2 you could get about 5 ornaments. And so all I'm doing is one ornament for you guys, but I'm painting it out green. You can see that the black added just a little bit of a deeper green than just the leaf green on its own, but you could totally just use the leaf green if that's what you wanted. So these are the wood stems that I was talking about. And once this pine cone paint dried, I just hot glued the stem to the bottom of the pine cone. They're all slightly different sizes, so I just made sure that this one would stand on its own if I wanted it to stand on its own. And then I just attach a little bit of jute rope to the pine cone with just a very tiny piece that was left over from a different project. You could also do floral wire if you had it, or you could hot glue even an ornament hanger if you wanted. And there you go. There's one ornament completed. Here it is with a little bit of the brown showing through. I think it's a very cute little Christmas tree ornament made out of a pine cone. The great thing about this, you could even make it for free if you have pine cones and little stems or wine like corks at home. It could be a free DIY. So before I go ahead on to my next DIY, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Vesna, and this is my DIY channel. And on my channel, I do all sorts of budget-friendly home decor. So you're looking at any DIYs, thrift flips, trash treasures, or anything like that, I do it on my channel. And I really try to stick to a tight budget because I don't have a very big budget to spend. So everything is either Dollartree, trash to treasure, or even from the thrift store, or something that's been handed down to me. So if that's the kind of stuff you like, make sure you hit that big subscribe button, you hit that notification bell, and you hit that big like button, and leave me a comment. Let me know what your favorite part of this video was. So the second the second ornament is also a dollar store ornament, with the exception of this little ring from a mason jar. And that was just left over from my canning jars, and it's a little bit rusty, so I didn't want to use it on my cans, so I'm using it here. You don't have to use this. You could use any kind of ring form. It could be from just if you took some floral wire and you wrapped it around together, you could use that. You could even use pipe cleaners if you wanted, but I'm using this because usually everyone has this on hand or can easily find it. They're not very expensive, and you might be able to get them at the thrift store. To be honest with you, I never checked the thrift store at the Dollartree. I never actually checked in ours, and I know in the States you guys have a little bit more than we do here in Canada, so you guys may be able to get these. Let me know. So anyway, you're just taking this and one of those Dollartree trees, and you're cutting off the branches and just wrapping them around the canning lid. And that's about it. You could use garland if you picked it up. They didn't have any more garland when I was looking for it, so I bought this tree, and I've used it for several projects. And all you do is wrap it around. Very, very easy ornament. So once you finish wrapping it around and getting it to the fullness that you want, then you can go ahead and make it snow covered. And I'm just doing this by applying some chalked linen white paint. You could use acrylic. This is the paint I was using for a previous project, so I had it on hand, so that's what I'm using. I also, the last little stem I wrapped around, but I left a little bit at the top so I could attach an ornament hanger to it, and it looks kind of like a wreath hanger. And so I'm just making the whole wreath snow covered because I love that look. And then I'm adding some leftover berries from another project, and I'm hot gluing those to this little wreath. So you could end here and it would still look cute. You could add, there's those little garlands that you can get, like those mini garlands that you could get at the Dollar Tree, but I chose to use these little berries because I had them left over. So I'm just hot gluing them around the wreath so it looks like it's snow covered and berry covered. So another quick and inexpensive ornament that will look cute on any Christmas tree, especially if you're doing the farmhouse theme. So here it is all finished in some pretty light, and I think it turned out gorgeous. Before I move on to my next ornament, this video is actually a part of my playlist, which is the 12 Days of Christmas, and where I've done a new video every day from, 12 days ago, because this is the last day of my 12 Days of Christmas. And to be honest with you, all these YouTubers that post every single day, all the power to you, and you are amazing, because this was tough. Working full-time and trying to post every day was a lot of work, but it was a lot of fun, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. So let's move on to the next DIY. So the next DIY, I'm using these beads, which I also bought at the dollar store. I got some at the thrift store, some at the dollar store. And I am putting them on a skewer so that I can paint them in white. And I'm going to make little snowman ornaments from these. So I'm just using 3 for the head and the body. And using, again, my chalk linen white paint because I already had it opened and I had already used it for another bit of the project. So just painting them around.
Then I wound up moving them to the edge so that I could paint them better, but it's just trial and error. You could put them on a string if you wanted to make it a bit easier and paint them on the string, or get a bit of a thicker skewer so that way it's a bit tighter inside so they don't twist around so much, but it wasn't too bad. And then you paint them and you let them dry so that way you can draw your snowman on them. So once they dried, I actually went and I just used my Cricut marker to draw on the eyes and the mouth, and to draw on a hat, and then I just used an orange marker to draw the little carrot nose, and then I put string through them and left a little loop at the top so that it could hang, and that's all there is to it. The string was thin enough that I could just put it through. I didn't have to do anything special for it. And here he is all finished. Now he looks like the paint didn't cover him all the way, but as you know, I always like to leave things a little bit rustic and a little bit dry brushed, so that's the approach I had here. I was going to paint him again, but I decided I liked the way he looked a little bit roughed up. So for my next DIY, I'm making a gnome, and if you've been following my channel this season, you know that I love gnomes. So this was another easy one. I just had this little piece of wood block. You could use your cell phone as well, but because I use my cell phone to record, I could not use it, so I used this little block, and I'm just wrapping string around it several times until I get kind of the thickness of my gnome that I want. So you'll see in a second. Can't tell you how many times I wrapped it around, but I just kept on wrapping around and around until, like I said, I got the thickness of my gnome, like the size of the gnome that I wanted. So here it is wrapped around several times, and then I just slowly removed it from the block and fluffed it over so that it would look nice, as so. And then I grabbed the top there and I wrapped the bottom string, a new piece of string that I got, around and around the top of the gnome. So as you can see, if it kind of got a little bit mixed up there, you just want to make it so it's nice. And I kind of go from bottom to top and then back to bottom several times, again, just until I get the right thickness that I want. And then once I finish that, I just hot glue the end to the back of the gnome, and that's all there is to the actual string part, and then you do your little decorating. For the decorating, I just had a little pick left over from another piece of floral, and I just cut that off and glued it to the top of the gnome. I thought I might use this ribbon, but I decided not to. And then I took one of those berries that I had left over, the smaller pieces, and I attached it to the pick. And then I also attached a nose, which I dipped a little bit into paint and then kind of wiped it down so it was a little bit of a lighter color, more kind of like a skin tone pinkish color rather than a red. And then I hot glued it just underneath the hat part at the front so it looks like he's got a little bit of a nose. And there he is finished with the paint rubbed off a little bit, and I think he turned out really cute. Again, another simple, inexpensive ornament. And for my last ornament, I am using these wooden blocks. They're the tumbling tower blocks, and I'm painting them out in the chalked linen white. Now, I only need to do the one coat of the white because the blocks are so light, so you only need to do one. Once they dry off, I'm going to be making a snowman, a Santa, a Christmas tree on a red block, and then a Ray Dunn inspired Mary. And this, I'm doing 4 different kinds just to show you kind of what you could do with these. You can kind of do anything, and they're cute little ornaments. So for this one, I'm just going to paint the top red for a hat for the snowman, and I'm going to speed all of this up because you don't need to. I mean, you might decide to do a different design on yours, but this is just to give you an idea of what I did. The other Jenga block, I'm painting partially red, leaving a little bit where the Santa's jacket is white, and then I'll be going over top of it with a paint marker
as well to add, you know how Santa has the red with the white fur, so to add the fur part. For the Mary, I'm just using a Sharpie to write the word Mary. I was having a little bit of a hard time, so I'm not gonna show you me fumbling around with it, but I just freehand wrote Joy and Mary, but then I decided I only wanted Mary. And then I wound up painting this one block completely red. I do the other one where I paint the back red and the front is the Mary. I was gonna do another design on the back and have it be a double-sided one, but then I just decided if I just do one side red and one side white, that's enough. And then I use a Sharpie and an orange marker to draw on the snowman, as well as my paint pen to add some white dots. And that's all there is to it. You can freehand draw anything you want. It's really up to you. It's not, I didn't do anything like specific where I traced something. I just freehand drew what I thought would be a good snowman and just added some dots. And then at the bottom of the snowman, I added a bit of red paint too for his scarf. I thought I was just going to do a black scarf, but then I thought, well, the red should match his hat. And then the snowman as well, I did the paint pen and I added the fur using that paint pen. Put a black belt on him with a little bit of yellow chalk marker because I didn't have any yellow paint that was nice and vibrant. I did, but it's very watered down, must be too old, so it kind of doesn't look like paint anymore. And then the last little block that I did, I just hot glued a Christmas tree that actually came off of an ornament, one of those little red car ornaments that you could also get at the Dollar Tree, little red pickup truck ornament. And it fell off, but I kept it, and then I just stuck it onto here. And then on the back of each ornament, I hot glued a piece of string so that you could hang it. And that's all there is to these. Again, very simple, a little bit finicky, but very simple to do, very inexpensive. Basically cost around $1. And so here are the completed ornaments. I have not hung them up yet. I just have them displayed on my fireplace over here. And again, I think they're cute. I wanted the fur on the Santa to look like it was actual fur, so it's not quite evenly painted, but I wanted it to look fluffy. And here are all of them again together. So here are all 8 ornaments, all Dollar Tree, all very easy to do, all beautiful farmhouse rustic type of ornaments, exactly like I like for my decor. And if you're watching my channel, you probably like that too. Thank you so much. So for the supplies, you're going to need these 2 of these Christmas trees from the Dollar Tree, some black paint and some white paint. So I'm just using these acrylic paints. You could use chalk paint if you have it. You could use whatever paint you have on hand. Then this fur I might and might not use. These berries, maybe. And then this rag from the Dollar Tree, this dishcloth. And I have these Crocs there also from the Dollar Tree. They were my son's, I think, before he even really learned how to walk, or maybe he was just learning how to walk. I don't know. They're just little slippers we had for around the pool. They don't fit him anymore, so I'm going to be painting them black, and those will be the shoes for my gnome. So I only needed one coat of the black, and you don't have to, if you have boots or anything like that that you could use, you could do that. I just didn't have anything that I wanted to use for this, that I thought I could use for this. I thought I had a pair of ceramic boots, like a little planter that looked like boots, but I must have seen it somewhere. I couldn't find it. Then maybe I don't have it. I must have seen it at someone's house and thought that that was really neat, but then I thought I had it, or maybe I thought I was going to buy it. I don't know. Sometimes I think I have things and I don't actually have them. So once they are painted and covered all the way through, you can set them off to dry, and you can start to make your little gnome. Now, whatever you decide to use for your feet, it doesn't matter, like I said. You'll just have to either connect it together somehow, if it's not together, and you're going to need some floral foam as well, which I forgot to show you at the beginning of the video. And the floral foam will be so that you can stick your tree in it, and then you stick it into the shoe itself. So for the tree, you're going to take the bottom part of it off, and I always keep all of the little things because I might be able to use them for something else. And then you just have to put the branches down. So normally the tree branches go up, and you want to have them go the opposite way. So you're just going to push them all down at the bottom and fluff them out as best as you can. And you're going to do this with both trees. So once you fluff out the second tree and have it the way you want it, you're going to join the two trees at the flat sides. What I mean by flat sides is you need one side on each tree to kind of be flatter so that you can join them and make a wider gnome, like so. And then you're going to use the top part of your branch just to tie them together. And once they are joined together, you're going to, again, kind of fluff it out a little bit to make it look a little bit fuller. And your body for your gnome is pretty much done. You will want to put it in your floral foam so that way you can put the hat on and fluff it out even more so you can kind of see what it looks like standing up. So what I did here was I just took two pieces of floral foam that I think will fit into the shoe. Should have measured it before I painted it, so make sure you do that. And I'm just going to put the base of the tree onto those pieces of floral foam and stretch it out as much as fluff out the tree as much as I need to make it like a fuller body of a gnome. Then you're going to take your dishcloth and you're going to fold it in half, and you're going to kind of cut out a moon shape, but first you're going to cut a little piece. So as you can see, I'm doing about 3 squares, and this will be for your mittens. So you're going to cut that piece out and put that off to the side, and then you're just going to shape your mittens. So what I'm doing is I'm making I'll be making four pieces of this. So right now I'm getting 2, then I'm going to fold it in half, and I'm gonna cut the piece right here, and then I'm gonna cut out my mitten shapes once again, and then I'm gonna hot glue these together. Now when you're hot gluing them, you want to make sure that you're hot gluing the inside of the mitten together. Now if your cloth is the same color on both sides, this doesn't really matter. If it only matters if it's not the same on both sides. And you're just kind of shaping the mittens without the thumb. You don't need to worry about the thumb. So you want to make sure that that dries, cools off and dries, like sets for a bit before you try to flip it over. So that's why I'm leaving it right now. And while you're waiting for that, you want to cut your hat. And again, I'm flipping it on the like inside out because that's how I'm going to be gluing it. And then I'm going to be turning it inside, like the right side in. So what I'm doing is just kind of cutting like a bit of a moon shape, I would say. You can do this however you want. So I'm just starting at the open corner and I'm going up to the closed corner and trying to keep as close as I can to the edge. My scissors need a good sharpening. I've been using them too much on things that I shouldn't be using them, so they're a little bit dull, but you get the idea. I've seen this done with a scarf too from the Dollar Tree, and so you could use that. It's really whatever fabric you have that you can use. I just happen to have this dishcloth and I like the plaid right now, so I thought this would make a really cute hat for him. And so what you're going to do now is you're just going to glue the hat together. And don't worry about the edges not being super even because you won't be able to see it once you glue everything together and flip it inside out. While wait for this to set and cool, you can flip over your other mitten, and you want to do this gently so you don't rip it open, but your hot glue should stick fairly well together. And then once you flip it over, it's a nice cute little mitten shape. So then while the other mitten dries, you want to flip the hat over, and then you can either attach a jingle bell to the end, or you can just kind of tie it to make it like a little ball at the end. And so I do decide that I want to use that fur and add it to the bottom of the hat. So I just measured out how much I needed around, and I'm going to hot glue it to the very bottom because I want the hat to be a little bit longer. So also be careful with that whenever you're picking your material. Make sure that it's as long as you want it, depending on how long you want his hat to be. So I'm just going to go and, like I said, bring the fur around, and then I'll cut it to where I think I need to have it. And then that's about it. You just hot glue it, and then there's your little cute little hat. And see what I meant about even if the edges weren't even when I cut them, because I flipped it inside out, they look even now. So make sure you do that if you want to have nice, beautiful, even edges. So once you have your hat made, then all that's missing is to put the hat on the tree and to give him a little nose. So what I am doing for the nose is I'm using a Christmas ornament, and when you're putting his hat on, you want to make sure that the bottom is lower than the top. The back of the hat is lower than the front of the hat, and so that way it hangs nice. So that's what I'm doing here, is just positioning it. And I'm just using a champagne colored ornament from the Dollar Tree. It came in one of those tubes for $1, and I'm only using one. And I'm putting lots and lots of hot glue on it so I can pop it in just under his hat. And you want to make sure that you find a little branch to glue it onto. And then you just hold it down so it sets a little bit for a few seconds. And his body is all ready to go. Now you just want to put him into your shoes or boots or whatever you did. And sorry, but before I go ahead and do that, I do wind up using that white paint. I thought maybe I would use the fur as his beard, but I decided that a little bit of white paint to make him have kind of a white beard is a better way to go. So I just added a little bit of white paint to my plate here, and I'm just adding it onto his where his beard is, so just under his nose. And once you have the perfect amount of white and it dries off a little bit, you can go ahead and glue his mittens to his to where his arms would be. And so what I just try to do is I try to find a spot where both sides are kind of have a branch sticking out, so it's somewhat even. His shoes I'm just connecting together with just some floral wire, and I was going to hot glue them, but I thought that might give out if I'm moving him, so I thought this was a better way to do it. And I'm just finding a hole and I'm going to tie it together nice and tight, and that should keep them from moving too much. And once this is nice and snug, then I go ahead and I put that floral foam into the shoes. I just wedge it in there, so I take it off of from the tree and I just wedge it into the shoes, so that way I can put the Christmas tree on top without having to worry about dealing with the actual Christmas tree. And I made it a pretty tight fit, so make sure you do that as well, so this will prevent it from sliding out of the shoe. And so then all you do is just push the bottom of your tree into the floral foam. It doesn't matter if you get the same hole or not. And there he is, all finished. So this video is a part of the Mama Dares to DIY challenge. If you haven't checked out her channel, make sure you check her out. She is really talented, and she's co-hosting with Sweet Urban Rose, and what we had to do was use one or more Dollartree Christmas trees to create a DIY. Now this video is on a little bit later than I normally post, but hopefully it wasn't too late for you guys. Thank you for stopping by my channel. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe. I do lots of budget-friendly DIYs and Dollar Tree DIYs. And I also do some renovations. So this background fireplace is actually something that I created I renovated myself. But here's this little guy. He turned out really cute. I love the hat. The hat is amazing. The little mittens go really well with the hat. His little shoes are so cute. I've made several gnomes, and I'll link the playlist just above here, but this is probably by far one of my favorite gnomes that I've created. The sign that I'm going to be making is a sign that I purchased at the Dollar Tree last year, and it was a green sign that said Merry Christmas. I wanted to paint over it in red. I had something planned. I don't even remember now what I had planned, but I never got to it. I had painted it, and then that Merry Christmas was still showing through, so I just kind of left it. I don't even remember if it was sparkly, if it wasn't. I have no idea. I just know that I painted it, and it didn't turn out to be the way that I wanted it to be, so I kind of left it. So what I'm doing now is what I did was I started painting it off with the Rust-Oleum chalked linen white paint, thinking that if I do a couple layers, it will cover it. However, I did about 3 coats of the paint. It didn't cover it, and I know better. I know that I should have painted it a different color, because red is such a hard color to color. And normally I like to paint things black and then white over top and distress them, but I thought that chalk paint would cover it. So I did several layers of this. Coats of this. I'm not going to show you all of the coats, but I will show you what I did next. So because the white wasn't covering it, it was turning out pink, I painted it with an acrylic paint in black, and then I was going to go over it with the white. So after I painted it black, I blow dried it dry so that it would dry faster, thinking that it was fully dry. But you're going to see now, once I go over it with the white paint, even though I know there's a little bit of black on the white paint, which I was okay with, but I go over it, so it's kind of it gives me like a gray effect, but eventually it turns pink again. I don't know why it kept on turning pink, but it kept on turning pink. And I don't even remember what what paint I used. I'm pretty sure I used like some sort of washable craft paint that I took from my son. I didn't even have the holiday red acrylic paint. It was like a tempera paint, but it just wouldn't cover it. Like it just kept on seeping through. I don't understand why. So here I am trying to cover it again, and then I do it again. I'll show you in the next clip. So after I've now let it dry again for a few hours, I apply white acrylic paint, thinking maybe this will do the trick, and let this dry for several hours, and I still see a little bit of the pink. So I give up on my original idea, and you're going to see what I do next. I actually wind up painting it black. But before I paint it, I go ahead and I attach this window film that I got at the Dollar Tree. I'm going to be making a little red truck sign, but before I can do any of it, I need to Mod Podge my piece. So I'm using the Mod Podge, and I am applying it all over the piece because I'm going to be sticking 2 different things on it. So I never skimp on the Mod Podge. I always do a healthy amount because I've done it where it wasn't enough and then things start peeling off. So I always want to make sure that it's enough. And it dries clear and nice, so I'm happy with that. Now, this window film, like I said, I got at the Dollar Tree. It's really neat. It has a bunch of pictures of that little red truck with Farm Fresh and all of those things. So I'm just going to use one of them, and this is kind of a tweak to my sign. I thought I was going to do a stencil, but that's okay. I decided that this was a very easy option, and if you don't have a way of making a stencil, this is something that anyone can do. So it's slightly bigger than my picture, than my little frame, or my little, picture here. So, or my little sign. So I'm just going to cut the tips off there. And then I also apply Mod Podge over top of it. And then once all of that dries, then I'm going to apply the black paint because I don't want this pink showing through. So originally I wanted it to be white with some black showing through, but since I can't seem to get it that way, I'm just going to paint it black, and it's going to actually, then I thought about it, it's going to match the other little it looks like a jar from the Dollar Tree sign that has the little red truck and says Happy Holidays. So it matches it perfectly. I'll show you at the end which one I'm talking about. So I'm not doing pure black. I'm mixing a little bit of the white and black together, so that way I can get the look that I'm going for. Mostly because even once I start adding this white, it's still not covering it. So I was having such a hard time, and I was so determined to get this to be white. I don't know why I didn't just go for the black right away. So I'm going to add the black into here, and so it's going to be like a little bit of a mixture of black and white. So more of like a, not a pure black, maybe like a charcoal black that I'm adding on here. And then I start really liking the way it looks, like I said, and then I think about that little sign. And what I'm doing is eventually I kind of try to blend the tree and the car into the black. So you'll see, I'm not going to speed up the video because I think it's something worth watching. But at the end, I'm really happy with the way it turned out. So if you haven't been to my channel before, welcome. My name is Vesna, and this is vesnasstv. On my channel, I do DIYs, trash to treasures, thrift flips, furniture restorations. So if you like any of that kind of stuff, and I try to do it all on a budget. So if you like that kind of stuff, make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and hit the notification bell so you can see whenever I post new videos. I'm still fairly new to YouTube, so I'm still working out a schedule, and I went back to work recently, so I'm trying to tweak, balance everything together. So, but I usually post about 2 or 3 videos a week. This week is a few more. Today I already posted one, which you can check out. I'll link it up above here, and then I'll be posting this one, and that's it for this week. on this channel. I do have a home and cooking channel, so you can check those out too. So here it is painted. I am so happy with the way it's looking. It's actually probably, I like it more than I would have liked the white, to be honest with you, but it took so much effort for something that was going to be a really quick craft. So, I mean, if you get one of these signs, maybe really look at what color it is and what color you're painting. The sign itself, I don't think was so much of a problem as was that red color. So just keep that in mind. But otherwise, it's a really quick and inexpensive project to do. I mean, $2.50, and I didn't even use all the decals from the window cling. And it's $2.50 because in Canada, Dollartree is $1.25 for each item. Now, I also wind up adding Farm Fresh over in the corner, and it's just another part of the window cling that I've just cut off. And I was going to add that little arrow, but then I took it off. I didn't really like the way it was with it. Let me know if you liked it. Maybe you would have kept it. I didn't like it. So to make the Farm Fresh stick out, I just used my paint marker. I think it turned out really cute. Again, could have been a lot easier had I just gone with this in the first place, but that's okay. I am really happy with the way it looks, and it kind of goes with this one, so that makes me happy too. I will probably use it in my tray decor. I'm all about the little red truck, so I might have one of my trays be in a theme of the little red truck because I've got a few different DIYs and things that I've picked up. Once again, thank you so much for watching. Make sure you check out the playlist and Sonia's channel. Everything will be linked in my description below. Also, check out these videos I'm recommending for you at the end. And if you have some time, head on over to my home channel to see some of my home decor. And if you're hungry and feeling slumped for recipes, check out my cooking channel. Thanks so much. Have an excellent day and stay safe, everyone. For today's video, I'm going to be making a joy sign using these Dollartree frames and some jute rope. So today's project is fairly easy to do and it shouldn't take you too long. So what we're doing today is I'm going to be creating the word joy using my jute rope, and I'm going to be gluing little pieces of the jute rope together to create the J, the O, and the Y, and then I'll just be hot gluing it to the frames and then adding some embellishments. Very easy to do, very inexpensive. The project cost me a total of, well, $3.75 for the frames because I'm in Canada, so each frame was $1.25 from the Dollar Tree. And then I had jute rope left over, so it didn't cost me anything, but I mean, jute rope is another $1.25, so basically around $5 for the entire project. There's so little embellishments that you could just use anything you kind of have around your house, and if you don't, then add another $1 for that. I'm not gonna bother talking through the whole video, through the whole process, but you can see what I'm doing, just adding jute rope and just gluing them together. If you wanted this to be a little bit easier, you could cut out with a piece of cardboard and glue these on there. I'm just using 2 pieces or 3 pieces depending on the letter. So for this one I used 3 pieces, and for the O I used 3 pieces, for the Y I used 2, and then I just added a little bit at the top. But again, fairly easy to do. So once you have your letters glued down, then you want to do your embellishments. So what I chose to do was I had these berries. It was a pack of berries that I got at the Dollar Tree. And what I'm doing is I'm just painting them white, and I'm only using about 6 berries. So you could cut these off if you had them, if you had like a little Christmas pick, and it would, like I said, would cost you even more, because then you could just do for $1.25. You could do your greenery and everything else. But I had these, so I wanted to use them up. So I'm gluing this down, and originally I thought I would just put it on the little clip here for the letters, and then once I put it down and I looked at it, I decided I didn't like the way it looked, so I changed the position of them and I added some greenery. So here's the finished project. I really like the way it turned out. It'll go great either on my fireplace or in one of my tiered trays. I'm really happy with the way this one turned out, and like I said, it was really easy to do and anyone can do it. So guys, if you haven't been here before, welcome, and if you're coming back, welcome back. Thank you so much for watching. On my channel, you can expect budget-friendly DIYs, so Dollar Tree, thrift flips, any of those kinds of things, trash to treasures, and I also love to do furniture painting and flipping furniture, so if that's the kind of stuff you like, make sure you hit that subscribe button. For my second DIY, I am using this pumpkin from the Dollar Tree. It is something that I bought when, like, during Halloween, and it just reminded me of a Santa or a gnome, so I thought this would be great for a Christmas craft, and I was really excited to have found it. I'm sure you could find a Santa in this exact shape too if you wanted to, but I found this, so I bought it right away. So the first step for this project is that I have to remove all of the pipe cleaner off of here, and I'm not cutting it all up. I'm actually going to keep all of that pipe cleaner because I may use it for Halloween next year. And this is another easy project. All the things that you need are basically a mop, some fabric for the hat, and something for the nose, whatever you can find. So what I'm using is I am using a tree skirt that I bought at Dollar Tree for his hat, a Dollar Tree mop for his beard, and one of those styrofoam balls that you can get in a pack at Dollar Tree as well. So again, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So the mop, the hat, the nose, and the body. So $4 basically for this one. $5 if you live in Canada, because $1.25, like I said before. Again, and another easy one. This one is a little bit more time consuming because you have to glue the beard, but again, another easy project to do. So what you see me do here is I'm just I'm just hot gluing the bits of the mop to the gnome. Now these are already taken off of the mop part. I will link my other gnome videos to the top here, and you can see this is all from one mop head. So I've made, this is now gnome number 3, and I still have bits left over for more if I wanted to. So that mop goes a long way, and you just cut the strings to the length that you want them, and then you glue them one by one to your frame. Once you actually glue all of your pieces down, then what you're going to want to do to make the beard look fluffier and fuller, you're going to want to unravel each one of the mop strings. So you want to make sure when you're gluing it, you're only gluing it at the top, not at the bottom as well. They have to be loose at the bottom, so that way you can unravel them and make the beard look fuller and a little bit kind of like curly almost like a Santa or a gnome. So it's like you've seen gnomes before, so it looks that way. Now you could totally add arms or feet to this gnome. I didn't, but you could. And how you unravel these, so they're just like, it's quite easy. You just kind of start separating them. Don't do it too much, because if you start separating them all the way, it'll separate all the way to the top, and then you're not going to have anything left. So then for the hat, I just wrapped the tree skirt around to see how much material I would need. And again, if you've seen me do DIYs before, I don't like to waste things, so I try to be really careful to use the least amount of material that I can. So I cut the material down, and then I forgot to mention at the beginning of the video, I used a little bit of the fake snow that you can buy that kind of pulls apart, a little bit like a cotton ball for the top of his hat. You could also use cotton balls. I just didn't have any. And here's the finished piece. I think he turned out really cute. Like I said, you could add arms and legs. I chose not to for this guy, and he'll look great again in another tray or as a piece of decor. You could even hang him up on a wall, wherever you'd like. He will fit. He's quite big, but not too huge. So that's it for that one. Another quick and easy DIY. Recreating these coasters that I bought at the Dollartree. Although they're cute, they're not really my style and what I want to do. So I'm just going to paint them white. I'm going to do a double coat of white on these because I want them fully covered. And what I'm using is the Rust-Oleum Chalked Linen White paint. And once I get that full coverage, again, this is another super easy DIY. You could also use acrylic paint if you didn't want to use the chalked paint. I just chose to use that because I like the matte finish of this paint. If you wanted the acrylic, you could also sand it down a little bit to make it a little bit less shiny, but very, very finely sand. So originally I was going to do a design on these, but then I decided that I wanted them to be kind of a Ray Dunn theme. So I'm just going to be doing some writing on them, and that's it for these. If you wanted to, so I'm not sure if I'm going to use them as coasters or if I'm going to use them as little things for my tiered trays, like little signs. If you did want to use them for coasters, you want to put kind of some sort of waterproofing, so I always recommend like a varnish over top, or some sort of waterproof sealant that you find at Home Depot. I read that you could use Mod Podge, but it's not 100% waterproof, so if you have something sitting wet, then it might damage it a little bit or make it yellow. So if you didn't want to spend the money on a sealant and you just wanted this to last one season, you could try the Mod Podge, and if it lasts, it lasts. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You can always repaint it. For the writing, I'm just using freehand. You could use your Cricut if you wanted to. You could stencil it in, you could apply vinyl to it. I just decided I wanted to do the freehand. And I'm putting Noel, Bright, Mary, and Joy. And then I'm going to go over top of them with a Sharpie, and that's it. You could also do paint if you didn't want to do the Sharpie. And here are the completed coasters or little signs, whatever you want to call them. I really like the way they turned out. They are not perfect, but I love that rusticness about all of them. I find that Ray Dunn stuff kind of looks perfectly imperfect, so I'm happy with that. Thank you so much for stopping by and watching this video to the end. I hope you really like these DIYs. They are very easy, very quick, but I think they look amazing, and if you wanted to buy these at the store, you would pay much more than what I paid for these. I mean, some of them I only paid $1.25 for. So again, thank you so much for stopping by. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Check out my other videos that I'm recommending throughout this video. For my first DIY, I'm going to be using this splatter screen and this little red truck from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to start off with muting those gold colors on that say Merry Christmas, because I did want to keep the Merry Christmas on there. So I'm just going to actually just color in over them with a black Sharpie. So it'll still have a little bit of that gold kind of coming through, but it won't be so shiny and so in your face. So I'm going to do that several times because the Sharpie doesn't quite stick to the glitter on the first try. So I just do it, I think around 2 or 3 times I go over the letters. So once I do that, I go ahead and spray paint my splatter screen. Now I'm going to be using spray paint for this, and as well I'm going to be using some brown paint. It's brown chalk paint from Art Minds. It's the espresso. So I'm going to be using both. I'm going to spray paint the splatter screen gold, and then I will go over top of it, just dry brush it a little bit, and I'll show you how I do that with the brown, but just so you can see which paints I used. And while that's drying, I'll move on to the next step. So the next step is to paint over the little red truck in some of that brown from Art Minds. And I'm doing this just again to give it that kind of more rustic farmhousey look. So I'm just dry brushing brown over top of the truck. And this is when I'm going to also dry brush around the splatter screen. It's pretty much dry now. So lately when I've been dry brushing, I always like to kind of blend the paint in using a baby wipe. I just really love the way the paint looks once I do that. So I've been doing that a lot, and I've been really happy with the result. So that's what I'm doing here, that you can see me kind of wiping it off. So I add, I wipe off, I add, I wipe off, and I do this until I get the color that I'm looking for, the texture or whatever I'm doing, until I get like what I'm looking for. So then I go ahead and see what I'm going to put in the back of this truck. I thought I might use these Christmas trees, but then I decided that I think I'm going to just use my Christmas evergreen picks that I got from the Dollar Tree. This is why I got them, because I knew I could use them in different projects. So I wanted it to look like there was some greenery in the back of the pickup truck. So I'm just going to cut out some of these branches and use them on the back of the truck. And I'm going to just be hot gluing them onto the truck itself. So after I get the truck all done, then I go ahead and I glue it to the splatter screen. I want it to look like the truck is going up a hill. So that's how I glue it on the splatter screen. And I also add these little beads that I got from the Dollar Tree. I add them around the splatter screen, so that way it just gives a little bit more detail to that splatter screen. And I wind up painting them in that espresso as well, but again, just kind of dry brushing over top of them, and that is it. So after I attached the beads, I didn't want the handle to be so obvious. And I was too nervous to cut it off, and I also like the fact that it had a little hole to hang it. So I thought it would be great if I wanted to hang it on a wreath hanger. So what I did was I created a little bow. Now I am not someone who's good at making bows just yet. I will get there. Never used to make them. So I kind of just did my own thing with the bows. This isn't really a tutorial for bows. So that's why I'm not slowing it down. I just kind of made little loops from this really cute little red truck ribbon that I got at the Dollar Tree, and this red ribbon. And then, like I said, I made loops. And then I just attached little longer parts for it to look like it was a bow. But again, it wasn't, I mean, some of the creators that you can watch. They make fabulous bows and they have great tutorials, and they're better people to watch for these tutorials. Mine is just simple. So if you want to know like a simple way that you can put together a bow without actually creating a fabulous bow, this is the way you do it. Just create a bunch of loops and then attach some longer pieces so it looks like the ribbon part of the bow is hanging off, and then you'll have a bow. I think it turned out really cute. And I may do it again because it was easy and it didn't use a ton of ribbon and it did the trick. And so I added this thinner ribbon as well, just to give it a bit more depth and dimension, and that's it. So after attaching all of the ribbon and dry brushing the little beads, so basically adding all of the final touches, I was happy with the finished product, and here is what it came out to. I am so happy with this cute little red truck DIY wreath. Super cute, super inexpensive, and really easy to make. Cost under $5, and even that's being generous because the ribbon I will have left over for other projects. So again, super cute, inexpensive, easy, and very farmhouse type of decor for Christmas. So my next DIY is a lot of fun as well. Really, you only need a few things. You need this cane. Then you need this plaid tree skirt, all from the Dollartree. The cane is one of those wreath metal frames. And you're going to need some ribbon for your bow and some hot glue. Again, another really easy, and some scissors obviously, but again, another really easy DIY and very inexpensive. So before I start cutting, I want to start my cane, and I want it to start with the little white fur at the bottom, or at the top of the cane, actually at the top and bottom of the cane, and then I hot glue it there in place, and then I see where I can cut. So I'm using the least amount of material possible. I will make this small tree skirt last me the entire, it'll cover the entire cane, and that was my goal. I don't like to waste anything, so this was a great way of putting it together. And I just make sure that I'm gluing it right at the edge, like kind of overlapping over a little bit so that it doesn't show if you're hanging it up, so it looks like it's wrapped all the way around, but in fact I'm not wrapping the back. Then I follow that same pattern all around the cane, where I cut what I need, then I glue what I need, and then I cut it again. So I'm not cutting before I glue a piece down because I was afraid that I would cut and not have enough. So that's why I didn't cut like right away, and it worked out really, really well. So here I'm just showing you how I'm wrapping it around just a little bit so it doesn't show, like I said, when you're hanging it up, so it looks like it's wrapped all the way around. I will play some music for you guys so you can enjoy, so that you guys can watch what I'm doing without listening to me talk. So one more quick thing, where you can see where I'm joining the fabrics together, I do a straight fold, so that way the seam isn't so visible, and it's right around the curve, so it looks like it was a part of the cane in the first place, but I will also be adding a bow there, so it won't be as visible.
So I'm a little bit more generous with my fabric at the finish here because I want to make sure that I'm covering everything, and I want to make sure that the little bottom part is attached to my fabric, so that way the fur is also at the bottom of the cane. So here's what I'm talking about. I'll just overlap everything here, and it'll be actually just a little bit past the bottom of the cane, the little fur, but that is okay because I need it to be at the bottom. I wanted to have a nice little finish there. And then I wind up adding bows. Again, like I said in the other part, this will not be a bow tutorial, but I attempted to make a proper bow with this one, and I think I did a pretty good job. So here's the bow that I made. Like I said, I didn't record myself making it because it took me a really long time to make it, and I don't think anyone would have wanted to see me fumble through that. So once I get better at these bows, I will do a tutorial, but I didn't think I had any business doing one since I'm still learning. So I'm deciding whether I'm going to add which of these little red trucks I'm going to add to my bow to complete my cane wreath. And I've decided I'm going to do with I'm going to add the bigger red truck that says Merry Christmas. And I'm just going to hot glue my bow to the cane, and then I will hot glue the little red truck, and that'll bring this DIY to an end. So here's the completed cane wreath, and again, I'm super happy with the way it turned out. I think it's very, very cute. It'll again be a beautiful addition to my decor, and super inexpensive. Again, I'm using that same ribbon that I used for the first DIY, and that ribbon is going a long way, and it looks super cute. So for my last DIY, I will be using another 3 grease splatter screens, as well as some floral wire, some white spray paint. And then you just need some sort of block. It could be a wood block, it could be anything, just for your base. This, I had a scrap piece of wood, but I mean, if you didn't have a scrap piece of wood, you could use, you could even use a book and hot glue it to a book, like a heavier book, because you can get books at the Dollartree for $1.25, and they're hardcover books. It's really anything that you can attach these splatter screens to. I just happen to have scrap pieces of wood at home, so that's what I used. What I do then is I bend these splatter screens down so that I can attach them to my piece of wood, and I do it with the 2 ones that I'm using for the base. The third one I'm using for the top, so you don't need to bend that one. And then as I'm doing this, I realized this little piece of wood is too small, so I wound up using a bigger piece of wood. So just keep that in mind. You want to make sure that your piece of wood is big enough, long enough, and wide enough, or whatever you're using, so that way you can either hot glue it. I wound up screwing these in because screws work better than hot glue in terms of keeping it sticking longer. So I wound up getting my husband to help me screw them down, so that way I could make sure that they stay there for good. And then I wind up spray painting them white. Before I spray paint, I want to make sure I attach all the splatter screens together and then screw them in as well. So I'm just attaching them. This is where your floral wire comes in. I'm just attaching them with the floral wire. The base screens first, and then the top screen. I'm measuring to see whether they'll fit on my block, and then I'm also measuring to see whether I like the way that looks as a snowman. So this is kind of to your liking. This was my measurements were. So if you want to make one exactly like mine, I did 6 inches apart. So just so that you're aware, but that's how I did mine. So, but you can do yours however you'd like. Once I attach my screens, I quickly realize it won't work with my small block, so I go ahead and I just grab another piece of wood that I had. I believe this is from some sort of shelving or something that we had, or I don't even know. It was just a scrap piece of wood that I found in my husband's workshop, so I'm going to hold it down while he screws it down. As you can see, it's as wide as the snowman, and it'll actually even look better in the long run. So if you used one of those books from the Dollar Tree, the bigger hardcover books, it would hold it down, and you could glue it down as well. So really, just because I used a block of wood and you don't have one, you don't have to go out and buy a block of wood. You can just use something like that, and obviously not screw it in, just hot glue it together. And if you don't have white spray paint or the gold spray paint like in the previous project, you can always just use acrylic paint. I just found it to be easier with spray painting. I didn't record the spray painting because that's pretty self-explanatory. I've done lots of spray paint tutorials as well, so if you want to see that, you can see it on a different video. Just for the sake of time, I didn't want this video to be too long. Once that's done, I just go ahead and I have this little sock from the Dollar Tree. It was a pair of socks that I got. One sock I'll use for another DIY, and then this one I'll just use, I'll cut it down so that it makes one long piece, and then I cut it in the middle to make two pieces so I can make a nice little scarf for my snowman. And then I use some black cardstock from the Dollar Tree for his buttons, and then a piece of felt that I had, but you can get these at the Dollar Tree as well, in orange for his nose, and the black cardstock I use for his eyes as well as his mouth. You could do buttons. I just didn't have enough buttons, and I believe the Dollar Tree has buttons for sewing and stuff, so you could always use those, but this is what I chose to use. I also used that cardstock to make a top hat for the snowman. So one sheet gave me all of this. One black sheet gave me enough. It was enough for the hat, the nose, the mouth. The hat, the mouth, and the buttons. So I wound up adding some boxwood to the scarf as well as some tissue paper to the base of the snowman, and I painted around the base in white just because for some reason the paint didn't stick. You could use acrylic, I used chalk paint, and I attached the hat as well as some of the leftover red ribbon to the hat and another little piece of greenery to complete my snowman. Here is the finished snowman. I think he is super cute, fairly inexpensive to make, and super easy to make. If you enjoyed my DIYs, make sure you leave me a comment below. If you want to see more, you hit that subscribe button and that notification bell so you can see all of my videos. Well, you made it to the end. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it gave you some inspiration, and now you can get crafting. And if you want more inspiration on how to decorate and how to use these in your decor, head on over to my Vesna TV home channel and check out my latest video where I show you all of my home decor for Christmas that I've done over the years. And again, thanks for stopping by. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Hit that notification bell, hit that like button, and stay tuned for my next video and check out these suggestions.